2. Un, deux, un, deux, un, deux, un, deux.
Ça crache un peu.
1, 2, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, test. 1, 2. 1, 2, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, test. 1, 2, yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, test. One, two, test. 1, 2. Ok. Tu vois? Donc, si je suis là, 1, 2, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ouais, mais quand le gars sera assis, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, c'est bon? Un, 2, test, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mais apparemment, il va utiliser le micro HF. Donc j'ai mis un HF ici au cas où. C'est le HF rouge.
2.
Okay, I think we should.
Buenos días a todos.
Gentlemen, a warm welcome to this conference on innovative financing for energy efficiency and renewable energy sources. My name is Vincent Berreteau. I'm the head of the energy unit at the Executive Agency for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. And I'm in charge of the Intelligent Energy Europe program, as well as the new energy efficiency activities starting under the Horizon 2020 program for research and innovation. And I'm very glad to organize this event with my team and together with the Manage Energy Initiative, which aims to assist actors from public authorities and their advisors working on energy efficiency and renewables at the local and regional level. I should say that this event fits very well with the new political guidelines that President Juncker presented to the European Parliament in July this year, and where he emphasized 10 priorities, one of which being to reform and reorganize the energy policy in Europe, and he called for a European energy union. And in his speech to the European Parliament in July, he said that he wants Europe to become the world #1 in renewables. He also said that he wants to enhance energy efficiency beyond the 2020 targets, and he also said that he favors an ambitious binding target to this end. He also announced something which is very interesting in the context of this conference, which is a growth, job and investment package worth €300 billion to mobilize public and private investments, in particular in energy efficiency and renewables. The question is, how do we mobilize funding for energy efficiency and renewables in Europe? And that's precisely the question we're going to answer today with concrete examples. We will showcase successful examples of innovative financing schemes in order to inspire local authorities to replicate them in their territories. The focus today in this conference is really on concrete implementation. So we'll hear about success stories addressing different sectors, buildings of course, but also street lighting, private housing, and also community renewables. And we'll look at examples supported from different programs. The Intelligent Energy Europe program, of course, its ELENA facility, the European Energy Efficiency Fund, Jessica. So there will be a broad spectrum of different examples of innovative financing schemes which were implemented, and they will be presented by the people who were the main actors behind these schemes. We'll start with the morning plenary, which will set the scene and introduce the subject. And then we'll move into 4 parallel sessions, which I will explain at the end of this morning session, in which we will present concrete examples with the objective to have these examples replicated more widely. And then we'll conclude the day by a final plenary session where we will introduce the different support schemes which exist at EU level and which can assist you, members of public sector, to replicate the schemes. Without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to our first speaker, Paul Hudson, who is the head of the Energy Efficiency Unit at the European Commission's Director General for Energy. And Paul is probably the most knowledgeable person in the Commission about the recent energy efficiency policy development, and it's precisely what he is going to talk about. Paul, the floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Vincent, and thank you for the reminder that I only have 10 minutes. I'll try and stick to that. I think there are probably 3 things we can now agree on. We collectively, the people who are working on the promotion of efficiency and renewables. I think the first thing, of course, is that energy efficiency and renewable energy are good things, and that would be true even if we didn't care, even if we were climate skeptics. I think there is now a recognition, which perhaps there wasn't 5 years ago, that the case in terms of employment, and increasingly the case in terms of being very powerful instruments to reduce gas imports and therefore increase security of supply, means that these need to be central elements of our energy policy, regardless of their important contribution to our climate objectives. And therefore we're happy, among other things, to see the proposal to bring climate and energy together in the new organisation of the Commission. I think there's a second area of agreement that many energy efficiency investments and increasingly local renewables investments make economic sense, commercial sense, make sense from a private perspective, make sense from a homeowner perspective, make sense from an investor perspective. In other words, we're no longer in a world where our focus needs to be on subsidy and on getting our fair share of a subsidy pot at local, regional, national or European level. We're in a world where what needs to be organised is the appropriate market structures that will lead things which make sense for the planet, which make sense for our societies, to actually happen in concrete terms. But I think there's a third area where most of the people, if not all the people that I speak to, agree on, which is that despite these projects, these measures, these programs being things which we can agree on as making sense, despite, from a public policy point of view, despite there being an increasing proportion of them which make sense from a commercial point of view, they're not happening. And there is some mismatch between the financing and the energy efficiency and renewables worlds. That's the third thing I think we can agree on. It's not a mismatch of the lack of availability of finance. There is money. There is, if you talk to people, I'm hoping that Ralph will confirm this during his presentation from the IAB, but people we talk to both from public sector financial institutions and from commercial financial organisations are clear that there is money. And my bank, when I went and asked them for a loan to sort out my electricity, said it'll be 4% and how much do you want? So again, there is money also for private householders. Nor is it a lack, and in addition to the availability of finance, so financial institutions have money, and if we need public money to turn the key, we now have a minimum of 23 billion, and in terms of the decisions being made by member states, 36 billion through the European structural and innovation and investment funds over the next 7 years to spend to turn that key. So we're not primarily looking at a problem. When we ask ourselves, why are these things which make sense not happening, we're not primarily looking at a problem of lack of money in some abstract sense, that all the financial resources of the economy are already employed. Nor is it a problem of lack of projects, lack of proposals, lack of ideas about how to address the issue. That has been true for a long time. We've seen a great flowering, both in the efficiency and in the renewables world, of local and regional initiative of projects in the area, at the area of buildings, at the area of communities, at the area of cities, and beyond that. So it isn't a problem of the availability of projects, and even if there were an issue of the desire for, the demand to improve efficiency in renewables, then European policy increasingly is addressing that demand. If you one way of thinking about our legislative framework, so the framework on products, which bans inefficient products, which are often dead cheap but not worth the money, and which labels efficient products so that people can identify something which will be an efficient choice for them to make, those measures increase the demand for investment in more efficient, more expensive, but paying for themselves with energy saving products. Our buildings legislation, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, which ensures that as consumers we're informed about the performance of the buildings we're planning to buy or to rent, and which sets minimum requirements for the level of renovations, again creates a demand for energy efficiency investments. And the Energy Efficiency Directive, which is only just now coming into force with the transposition deadline of last June, and I'm glad to say that the number of member states which have declared complete transposition has now risen to the magnificent number of 8 out of the 28 member states, so we still have a distance to go. But the Energy Efficiency Directive also, both on the supply and on the demand side, creates a demand for investment in energy efficiency. The renewables legislation does the same thing on the renewables side. We've estimated for efficiency that in 2020, as a result of the implementation that is now going on in member states, demand for efficiency investment will be up to 50 billion higher than it would have been without this legislative framework. And if we can get proper implementation of the pieces of legislation I've just talked about, that could be another 30 billion more. So the legislative framework is creating demand, even if it didn't exist already. So with the three things we agree on, I think, it's a good thing, it makes financial sense increasingly, and it's not happening. It being investment in efficiency and renewables is not happening to the degree we would want to see. So we haven't, in the past, been able to puzzle out why this problem occurs. And the work that's being supported, that we're supporting through Intelligent Energy Europe, the work that's being done through a wider range of projects and initiatives, the work that you're going to hear about today, is a set of answers to the question, not necessarily why it isn't happening, but what we can do to make it happen. The analysis that we have at the moment is drawing on the work of the Energy Efficiency Financial Institutions Group, which you will have heard about, and which identifies, at least from identifies some of the tasks that we can take in order to de-risk investment opportunities from the point of view of the financial sector. That means providing more clear labelling, more clear information, which will allow investors to identify or be more confident in the impact of particular investments. It means a database, a publicly available database with rigorously gathered evidence about the impact of investments. It means standardization of legal and contractual instruments, standardization of public procurement procedures, standardization of contracts in order to facilitate such investments. It means public authorities focusing on how they can use public money to trigger private money, so getting away from a straightforward grant mentality towards a financial instrument mentality. And it means providing tools for consumers so they can identify both where their energy consumption stands at the moment and what the benefits can be if they take an active role in improving them. So we're beginning to tease out a policy agenda to address the reasons that the investments that we all want to see are not being made on a private, spontaneous, commercial basis. But it's events like this that are really critical in working out how to take that agenda forward. The importance of finance is shown by the fact that in the communication we adopted in July, the communication in which the Commission recommended a 30% objective for energy efficiency in 2030, about 20% of the text is describing the finance dimension to that, because there is a willingness among the member states, there's a willingness in the Parliament to go for an ambitious policy, but only on the basis that we work in parallel to bring in the private and the commercial finance, which makes sense, which ought to be available, and which can be deployed. So we see this event and the lessons that will be drawn by the agency from this event as absolutely critical in taking forward our policy agenda. I hope you have a very interesting day, and we look forward to hearing the results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, for setting the scene. And now we are turning to the what Paul called the financing world, or at least one representative of it, which is Ralph Goldman, who's Deputy Technical Advisor at the European Investment Bank. And Ralph, you've got the floor for about 15 minutes.
Do I have some slides? Don't take it serious, Mr. Technical Advisor.
Don't stand up. Not yet.
Yes. Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm pleased to be here to explain a bit what the EIB is doing. Probably some of you might have heard about also our Eleanor facilities, about the projects, but I think it's a good setup that the projects will present themselves. They can talk much better about what they experience than we could ever do, so we can just try to support that. So I will give a presentation a little bit on what the EIB is doing, who the EIB is, what the EIB is doing in that sector, and we'll give some examples of our products, of our approach to that sector, so you can get a rough understanding. 15 minutes is by far not enough, so I will be here the entire day, so if you have later on questions, then we can have discussions during the coffee break and discuss on your questions, our individual projects. So what is the EIB? We are a public bank. World. So we completely refinance ourselves on the capital market, so we're not using taxpayers' money. We have for sure the guarantee by the member states, but we're borrowing our money on capital markets and then on lend to projects, and we're not for profit. We're relatively small compared to the World Bank. We only have 2,000 members of staff, the majority of them based in Luxembourg. But not only bankers, so also engineers. I'm one of them, economists, environmental, social experts. Alongside us. So growth and jobs, that's the key priorities. We have innovation skills. Criteria to EU policies. This was done in public consultation, and we published our screening and assessment criteria on our webpage, which gives detailed criteria for what we consider renewable energy, mature technologies, renewable energy, emerging technologies, energy efficiency. So we're also not qualifying everything under energy efficiency. There might be energy efficiency projects out there which for us run under other eligibilities, but we only count this if specific conditions are fulfilled, so the majority of the investment is really energy efficiency related. And you can imagine cases where you have social housing refurbishment, where a large part of the investment is not energy related, but only a component in there. We also have introduced a fossil fuel power plant emissions performance standard. So there's a maximum CO2 emission which we allow for fossil fuel fired projects, which is published on our webpage and gets regularly updated. And we try to focus on our financing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and energy networks. So the part for power plants is really a part which is going down. One key aspect which also distinguishes us from commercial banks, we do provide long-term finance. It's relatively hard to get from commercial banks 20-year tenors, and this is something we can provide and which we think for the energy efficiency world, at least it's pretty important. And we have the full range of instruments, so from senior debt going down to equity is what we can work with. You will see the limitations a little bit later, but you can already think about this to make 70 billion per year. We can't really work directly with small projects. We're also doing advisory services, technical assistance, but also financial advisory services. Some examples I will explain later. We have the Eleanor facility, which we are managing on behalf of the Commission. We have Jasper's Jessica and a new product which is called Deep Green, under which one new compartment is under development. Financing of energy investments. So, well, it's hard to see. The purple part is energy efficiency, and the dark blue on the bottom is renewables. The light blue is energy networks, and security of supply, which the majority is power plants, is the green part on the top. Don't ask me why these colors have been chosen. So what you can see that it is not a stable project flow. This is also a relation to the overall lending of the EIB. So if it goes down in some years, it does not mean that we are neglecting the sector, but it's a relatively fixed share to the overall lending we are doing. And you can see that from 2008 onwards, we have significantly increased until 2010 as an anti-cyclic measure of the bank towards the economy. So there we have invested much more, 30% more than our standard business model, which went down to the standard in 2012, but is now again increasing. And despite the standard of around 55 billion a year, we are again, as you've seen on the figures, at 70, and this will continue for the next 2 years at least, if not will be higher. You can see that in 2013, the combined financing for energy efficiency and renewables was higher than for the traditional sources, including networks, which I think is also an interesting sign, and we will have to see how the figures for this year will come as we see a relative decline in renewable energy investment throughout Europe. So there the figures might change, but we hope that for energy efficiency we can at least keep this or increase these amounts. Financial benefits of EIB funding. So what type of products do we have? We have direct loans. These are for relatively large projects. We finance the public and the private sector, large-scale projects, individual projects, or investment programs. So it could be a public authority or a private sector entity who has a large investment program. This is what we can finance, or we can finance large single projects. There the minimum is above 25 million euro. And we are well aware that, especially in the sector we are talking here, projects are usually much, much smaller. So there we work with intermediate loans, and we work with local banks or other local financial intermediaries. And then the final beneficiaries could be SMEs, mid-cap companies, national but also local authorities, public sector bodies. And there the individual allocations can be between 40,000 euro up to 25 million euro. For all projects higher than 25, we would need a full appraisal by ourselves. This is where the devil is in the detail. So we are highly dependent then on the financial sector, on commercial banks to on-lend our funding to these projects. So they have to translate our criteria, but also to pass on the financial benefit of our relatively cheap lending to the final customers. And there we still see that commercial banks are not yet prepared on a massive scale to finance energy efficiency. They have been prepared due to the set criteria, feed-in tariffs to work on renewables. but there's still a large bottleneck in commercial banks' activities working with energy efficiency. And so this is something where we're working in. We're in discussions with these banks, but as we all know, banks are deleveraging their balance sheets, so they already have to disappoint their existing client base, and then you want to bring them to a new animal, which is energy efficiency, where they haven't heard of, or they do not have the tools for risk assessment. So it's negative cash flow. It's difficult to understand for the frontline banker in a small city if you go there for a 40,000 euro loan. On top, requirements of long-term funding, and also this one under Basel regulation becomes more and more complicated for commercial banks. So this is something where theoretically there's a lot of money available. In practice, we still see that there are difficulties. We do see some banks now move into that sector with a lot of effort, but well, to cover the entire need, we still have a way to go. We also have framework loans. This could be multi-component, but also multi-annual investment programs of regional authorities. And we also have structured program lending, which is basically financing also member states for co-funding, structural funds, easy funding. So we can co-finance the part which member states have to bring on their own funding. And this can be brought down to program level. And we have then eligibilities under our loans, which basically mirror the eligibilities of European structural and investment funds. So also our criteria I mentioned before, we try to closely align this to structural funds funding. It's one of our aims, and there we are discussing this with Riju, and Maud is here, so she can later on probably also intervene in that. So we try also to help member states and authorities to go alongside with structural funds, because for energy efficiency, due to the different discount rate expectations, private people want to have their money back much faster than the probably payback of 20 years. So you will still have a grant component in there, or if you go for higher standards, you will have to have incentives that bring that market forward. The question is how you intelligently play with these grants, and I think it's very much true what Paul said, working with direct grants into projects is probably a large loss of money, and you can find ways how you can do this a little more structured. I also want to give, because this is a lot of theory, and probably you don't really feel what's behind, I want to give one or two project examples, what we are doing. So this one is a project in Romania, thermal rehabilitation of residential apartments. And as we all know, the problem is aggregating projects to become large scale. So in Romania, this is done via the municipality. So it's basically homeowner associations applying at the municipality. Municipality then organizing the tender for construction work, but also it's the municipality borrowing the money, which has limitations, so it works fine in Bucharest. It's a relatively solvent city, so municipalities can borrow and then pre-finance part of the investment which are done in residential buildings. The start of the program was a large grant program to the citizens. Now the grant component is slowly phasing out. They can introduce now a energy efficiency refurbishment tax where the municipality can call back the participation of the homeowner association. Why is that done in that way? Because homeowner associations or individuals would not have access to commercial funding. If they would go to a commercial bank, a homeowner association in Romania, they would hardly get a loan, or if they would get a 6-year tenor to relatively high cost. So this is one model where you could go through. Limitations here are that as Romania receives support under the IMF, there's now strict restrictions on public indebtedness, so there's a debt limit per municipality. So we can only sign a limited amount of loans with municipalities to pass this on. So in the last weeks, we have signed new loans with the different sectors, so the figure of 420 is not valid anymore. So I think the total project cost, out of which we have then a share of around 60%, we stand now at roughly 700 million euro. And so this has been implemented since 2010 until now. So it is possible in one city to go with relatively large investments. If you can now go to Bucharest, you really see the difference. And we brought in large-scale financing for these sectors. I think there will be later on a presentation on Jessica, so I will not go in detail, but this is, the London Green Fund is a Jessica fund which combines EIB funding, private funding, plus structural funds for different sectors. So the London Green Fund then has some sub-compartments on waste, energy efficiency, and greener housing, which then invest into urban projects in that sectors. And we're also supporting this then from the side with project development assistance coming under the Elena facility, which basically creates a pipeline of projects which can later on be financed. I think this is something which is really interesting to see how you bring these instruments together. Private money leveraging EIB money plus the grant component intelligently used in a revolving fund. And there's a lot now going on more financial instruments under structural funds, but this combined with technical assistance to create the pipeline that there's absorption for this type of projects. The Commission made available €125 million out of the European Energy Recovery Programme, and we have jointly created the European Energy Efficiency Fund. So we invested into that fund 75 million, Cassa Depositi Prestiti from Italy 60 million, and we have tendered out for a fund manager, which is Deutsche Bank. They also invested 5 million into the fund. The fund will make a presentation at the end of this day, and I just encourage you to listen to that, because this is a other vehicle which can go for smaller projects or for, let's say, more structured finance. So it can provide senior debt, but it can also provide equity or mezzanine funding. So it can do really project finance, which is interesting also for smaller projects. 70% out of the investment of the fund should go towards energy efficiency, and a small amount goes to renewables and transport. I think Sapana in the afternoon will go in detail, but this is also something, it's not the only fund we are invested in, so this is a pure public exercise from our side. We are now looking for private investors into that fund, as it has built a track record in the last years, but we are also investing or co-investing in other funds. So we have now several energy efficiency and renewable energy funds where the EIB is injecting equity, and then these funds are going with different type of instruments than classical bank lending on the market. Well, I think the majority of you will know about the Elena facility. It's a grant facility where money comes from the Intelligent Energy Programme and in the future under the Horizon 2020. The budget 2009-2013 was 93 million, and you will listen to some of the projects which we have financed under that facility this afternoon. So the underlying idea is that there's a lot of projects there where there were initial feasibility studies and then they are blocked. There's a lack of capacity in public sector to bring that to market. Either it is too complicated, either it is lean administration, you need additional stuffing, and what we try there is, well, really to replicate ideas which are somewhere else, bring this to other cities or regions or provinces. What we see that, well, we have allocated now more than 50% of that funding, much more. Allocations can be still made until the end of 2015, but we have an investment coming out of the projects there, which is about €3.5 billion of investments in that sector, with a relatively small amount. So also that one is a way how to use public funding to create a pipeline, and then later on also to finance that. Realistically, the time lag between the initial idea, the support given under Elena, and the investment taking place and the demand for finance is relatively long. So also this is a reason for a public bank to work in that, because we do upfront a lot of work with that, where later on financing will come significantly later, which usually commercial banks would not do. I mentioned before that commercial banks do have issues in financing energy efficiency, so we just made an easy proposal how we can potentially overcome that. It's, despite what you see there, it's relatively easy. So private banks, if they on-lend to energy efficiency projects, on the right side, you see the projects. If they give loans, they make their risk assessment, and they have to reserve capital for their loans. So if they have issues in financing energy efficiency projects due to the creditworthiness of the clients or the assumed credit risk, one way of mitigating that is to take the risk away from them, also that they can learn that energy efficiency is not that risky business. So basically, we have discussed with Commission, and there's now funding available under the Life Plus program, which is going into a cash collateral account, which is a risk-sharing facility. So basically, we are guaranteeing to these private sector banks a certain loss on their energy efficiency portfolio. This enables them to go to more riskier clients. I mentioned the homeowner associations, I mentioned SMEs, but it can also direct their lending to that sector. So if they have a choice to make to go to an SME to make standard lending or to make energy efficiency lending to them because they have a risk coverage in there, they might be interested more in working on energy efficiency with that SME. So there we are in final negotiations with the Commission to start that. And so we hope that the first projects will come beginning of next year or already at the end of this year. I'm over with my time, 15 minutes by far not enough. So if you have questions later on, just talk to me. I'm here in the coffee break, and I wish you an interesting day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ralph. You touched upon some of the financing tools that we will detail in the final plenary, the Jessica, the regional funds, etc. I mean, that will be explained later on at the end of the day. You also said there's enough money, if I understood right, and there's what we're missing from the financing world are good projects, bankable projects. So that leads me to the third presentation of this morning session, which is on the role of the project development assistant. And for that presentation, I call Adrien Bullier, who's project officer at the Executive Agency for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. And Adrien, together with his colleagues in the agency, has been the driving force behind this event as well. So Adrien, the floor is yours for 15 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to try to give a bit of concept in this conference on innovative financing, try to present what we're talking about and why do we organize this conference, basically. One of the key issues that we find out when we talk with people that have projects, and we have many of them in our program, is that they're saying, well, we've got a lot of projects to invest in energy efficiency and renewables, but we don't have the money to do them. How can we do? And we're talking about, the reason why we're holding this conference also is that we have over 6,000 signatories of the Covenant of Mayors today. And I checked the figures last week and they just keep going up every day almost. And we've got many more that are actually committed to climate and energy goals. So there's a huge number of people who are really committed and who are trying to put forward investments in energy efficiency and renewables. And then when we talk to the financial sector, as Paul was saying, basically it's pretty simple. We've got the money, we've got lots of money, but we're looking for projects. And that's true. That's the feedback that we get in the Energy Efficiency Financial Institutions Group, for example, and whenever you talk to the financial sector. And an illustration of that is the green bond market, which has been exploding this year almost, is forecast now at 40 billion euros this year. It's more than doubled from last year, meaning there's a lot of money available. Now, when you look into it, you realize that actually there's a cultural gap between both sectors. And that's why, we're basically trying to match the squares and the circles, which, as you would know, doesn't work. The reason for that is a project doesn't mean the same thing on both sides. On the side of project developers, a project is mainly a technical approach to the investment. It's, you're going to fit the technical design to save as much energy as you can on that building and reduce the costs. You're looking at state-of-the-art technologies, and when it comes to financing, usually you're talking about, yeah, there's a good payback time, you know, in 15 years, we pay back the investments. And then the last part of your project will be, well, in terms of financing, we need this much to finance it, and no financing often means there's no subsidy. And I mean, as you know, the age of massive subsidies for energy efficiency and renewables is over, not just because there's not a lot of money, but because the needs of investments are so huge that there is no way we could answer that with just public money. Now, when we talk to the financial sector, what is behind the word investment project is actually something very different. Technically, let's call it a black box. It doesn't really matter. What matters is you want to have something that is standardized, that you can compare to others, that you can sell to another investment fund or whoever. You're looking at the level of cash flows, you're looking at internal return rates, and you're looking at net present value of your investments. And you're looking also at a level of risk. How predictable is the default risk, for example? What is the expectation that I will actually save the energy that my engineers told me I would save? Because that's what matters in the end. If you don't get the savings, or if you don't get the energy production, then the investor's in trouble. And we're also looking at transaction costs, meaning for an investment fund, usually an investment is 10 million euros, 5 million, 50 million euros. 1 million is really the lowest that you can go. And the energy efficiency word is a word of berries, where you need to pick the small berries wherever they are. And 1 million is often already a big investment in many cases. So how do we bridge that cultural gap? How do we make the squares and the circles fit together? In many cases, the answer that you get is, well, that's when we need to use ESCOs, we need to have innovative financing schemes. Now, when you look a bit more into that, what's behind those words, innovative finance, and what are we going to do with it? Basically, there are two main ways to deal with this cultural gap. So addressing both the supply side and the demand side for finance. Looking at the financial sector, basically what we're trying to do with both national funding and increasingly with the structural investment fund from the European side is to develop soft loans, is to develop guarantee funds and all sorts of risk-sharing facilities. Good examples of that are Jessica funds, as Ralph explained earlier. The European Energy Efficiency Fund also is providing that. And these are ways to use public money to basically reduce the risk perception of the financial sector and lower the cost of capital. But if we do only this, we still need to, we will still have the risk of not enough projects to use the amount of money that would be made available. And that's why we've been developing for the past, I think, 5 years now, project development assistance, primarily through the ELENA facilities with the EIB and the other banks, and then with MLEI, which is managed by the EASME. Project development assistance is basically tailored to help project developers develop their project into a project that is understandable by the financial sector. That means, more or less, you can call that a bankable project. And we also have a number of projects that help people to set up energy performance contracting or set up their local financing schemes. These are a number of things that we've been basically financing, and there's a number of these projects are presented today. Now, project development assistance is designed to help local authorities or even private entities to basically overcome the gap between the moment when you have designed a sustainable energy action plan, you've mobilized all the stakeholders, everybody's committed and saying, well, you know, the 2020 objectives of the EU, we're ready to go for that and even go further, into the world of financing your project through public-private partnerships, all sorts of ESCO schemes, energy performance contract, and also, because that's a major part of the investments today, is using your equity and taking a traditional loan at the bank. Now, we've been financing with Intelligent Energy Europe the mobilization, so the first phase and the Sustainable Energy Action Plan. And what we're trying to fill now is what is needed in between to basically set up your financing scheme to do all the technical and the financial engineering that you need in order to have a project that is making sense financially. A lot of the activities are also linked to procurement, public procurement of goods and services, and in many cases mixed contracts, up to the moment when people sign their investment contracts. So that's the basic idea of project development assistance, which we've been, as I was saying, driving through many facilities, because there are different types of clients, different types of stakeholders that we're trying to reach to. So the promotional banks are actually driving a lot of these facilities, and we also have with IE and now the EE20 topic in Horizon 2020, we're targeting another type of stakeholders. Altogether, if you add the EIB Elena, which is the biggest facility so far, and the others, we're at more than 4 billion euros of investment that will be triggered through this project, which means we're also aiming to create the actual project pipeline that the financial market is looking for, because 4 billion euros, even though it's across the EU and many that they will be making money. Project development assistance is a simple concept. Basically, we have the idea that if we put €1 in project development, so technical, financial engineering, procurement, and so on, we want to get 15 or 20 euros of investment signed by the end of the project, depending on the facilities. And the investments, as said, we don't finance the investments. The projects have to go and look for the money. A small point about energy performance contracting, because many of the projects today will be using energy performance contracting. The principle is quite simple. You've got energy costs at the beginning of your, well, in everyday life, and at some point you make an investment that works, and that is going to save energy. That's the green part that you see. The simple concept of energy performance contracting is that the savings will actually be paying back for the investment for the duration of the contract. Once you have finished the contract, the investment is paid back by the savings, and all the savings go to the project host, which can be the building owner, which can be a street lighting facility, and so on. And in this contract, basically the energy service company provides either third-party investments, so direct financing, and they're investing their own money, or they're facilitating access to the different financing options that are out there, such as grants when there are, but also bank lending. That's the simple case, and many projects will tell you that it's by far not as simple, but they will explain you how they overcome that. Now, today we're going to be presenting basically 8 projects that we thought were interesting because they are sufficiently advanced and they are successful. They're not finalized. There's still a lot of things on the way, but we think they're worth presenting to you today. Two main strands of projects. One strand is addressing public authorities. So here you will hear Sergio Zabot from Milan, who has been working on how to bundle small EPCs, so how to put together investments in different municipalities in school buildings in order to reach a bankable size for ESCOs, and how to finance that through energy performance contracting. In Barcelona, Albert Vendrell will explain how they have set up to €1 million of investment on street lighting through energy performance contracting, and also in biomass district heating. In London, Tristan Oliver is going to explain how they have set up a framework contract with ESCOs to accelerate procurement processes for energy performance contracting, and how they're actually helping building owners to basically procure energy performance contracts on public buildings. In Rhône-Alpes, Régis Pouillet from France will explain how they've set up a public in-house ESCO to retrofit public buildings with a target on deep renovation. And from Belgium, Patrick Bouquenot and Dirk Scheurs will explain how in Limburg they're setting up a public ESCO to deliver turnkey contracts, which are not exactly energy performance contracts, but turnkey contracts for municipalities to make things easier. And then targeting households, we've got a very nice project from Oxford, which is the only one not dealing only with energy efficiency, which is about mobilizing local communities on investments in renewables, so trying to attract financing from individual citizens, and how to set up sustainable financing strategies with that. A Jessica fund in Lithuania targeting the retrofit of condominiums, which has been quite successful. And from Ile-de-France, France again, José Lopez will tell you about the public ESCO that the region is creating to retrofit condominiums, and once again targeting deep renovation. So this is, there are more things out there, but this is 8, we think, nice examples that we'd like you to look at. Now, what we are trying to achieve with this is a snowball effect. You know, it may sound stupid, but it's quite important. With this €4 billion that we're triggering with the project development assistance facilities, that's way not enough, and we want all these approaches to be replicated over and over. And there are so many local authorities that are committed to climate and energy goals that it shouldn't be too complicated. If we want to replicate that, we need commitment, and I think we have it at this stage. We need people to be aware of these solutions, and I think most of the speakers today would agree that you need a strong political will in order to make things go forward. And then what we're going to be looking at today is how to implement, because once you know what you want to do, the how is actually even more important. And I think we're at the stage where we want to look at how to do things and not just why and what do I want to do. So the devil is in the details when it comes to actual implementation. And the speakers today have been briefed to actually tell you about the details, tell you about what has worked and what hasn't worked. How did they organize their team? You know, what are they subcontracting in terms of skills? How do they establish a baseline in an energy performance contract? What is a bankable project? You know, how do they work concretely with banks to make it work? How do they procure? And so on. So the idea that we would like you to go out of this conference with an answer to this solution. So when you go back home, you should be able to tell your team, you know, well, this, I've seen this people, and this is how they do, and this is what we could do. And nothing is 100% transferable as such, but there are many good ideas in this conference that you can use and that you can adapt to your own local context. And this is where I'll stop this and hand over to Vincent.
Thank you very much, Adrien. We are coming to the end of that morning session. We are a bit behind schedule, but I'd like to nevertheless open the floor for a few questions for the speakers this morning. So we've got a microphone circulating, and if you want to ask a question, please raise your hand and introduce yourself and then ask your question. Thank you. There's a gentleman and a lady in the back there. Someone will give you a microphone. Yeah, could you raise your hand again? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Andre Langos. I'm a German lawyer, basically active in France and in Germany. And thank you for all the... And it was one of the colleagues of Ralph who said yesterday in a presentation in the House of Baden-Württemberg, we really need the old banquier who has really a long-term vision. And so I think we should concentrate a little bit more, not on bankable projects, but on more energy-efficient bankers. What do you think about that?
Thank you. We'll take the series of questions and then I'll let...
that a markup is added to your cost of money by the intermediary banks. Certainly in the UK, we have an organisation or a bank called the Charity Bank. Would you be able to work with an institution like that, which is a bank taking a long-term view, and people put their money into it because they want to make good things happen, and they're willing to take less return on their money in order to make that happen?
Yes, please, a lady in the back.
Yeah, good morning, Erika Yone from... the financing schemes to be able to invest, and a lot of municipalities want to invest, and actually we are launching a huge project for us. The main constraint is really the debt level for the municipalities and for the local government.
It'll be time for a fourth question here in the front.
The question is the following. Assuming that the gap between projects and financing project will close eventually in the coming months or year, a standardization of the tender documents, especially in not very complex project like public lighting, which is something that could be standardized as a tool for the local authorities all over Europe to work on this, would be highly valuable. Is some initiative taken on this issue? Thank you.
Okay, I think we've got enough. I will turn first to Ralph, maybe for the question on the energy efficient banker and or the comment more than a question, and the question on intermediate financing institutions.
Yeah. Well, I think it was actually more a comment, but what should I say if a colleague of mine has asked for that? No, but what I think is that we need banks who understand that type of business. And for sure, also some of the culture in banks, well, probably needs changes. But I think what is more important, and we see some banks who even now set up specific departments for energy efficiency. We try to support them also with the One Project Deep Green PF4E initiative, where we also want to have detailed, well, not too large technical assistance is a big word, but giving them support in their internal risk management. What we have seen in projects is that we talk a lot about ESCO projects, that there have been ESCOs, and the underlying risk was a municipal risk. But the banks in question, they have to go to their credit committee, and they have to do this with an internally approved risk model. So they were looking under which category these ESCOs would fall, and they would fall under, well, slightly undercapitalized SMEs. And you can imagine how the pricing was and how surprised the public sector then was on the pricing the ESCO brings forward in their overall project proposal. So I think this is something where some more work is needed. This pricing can go down via risk coverage, but it can also go down via doing appropriate risk analysis. And I think traditional risk analysis of that type of projects fails to understand the real risk of the projects, probably fails to really to capture some of the risks which are not captured, but fails to see the lower risk on some certain other parts. So yeah, probably new bankers, nice wish, but probably then some nice internal procedures which allow the existing bankers to work in that framework. Coming to the second question, Barbara, yes, we can work with different actors. So basically then this is a question also to our credit risk department, because we also have a risk assessment of our counterparties. And so there we have certain thresholds which these banks need to fulfill. And so it would be a rather specific case-by-case analysis if these intermediary would fulfill EIB credit risk eligibilities.
Turning to Adrien, maybe Adrien, you could say a word on the financing support which will be available from next year to not only make bankers more energy efficient, but also to address the kind of issues that was flagged by the city of Liège on how to deal with the development of innovative financing schemes on the one hand, and responding as well to the constraint on the debt.
Yeah, I mean the constraint on debt is a common problem across Europe. There are many different definitions of what actually falls into the public debt when it comes to actual energy efficiency. So it's a big issue that is being discussed on what can be accounted on or off the balance sheet of a municipality. I don't have a precise answer, and I'm certainly not the right person to tell you what to do on that. There are different ways to do things, but they all depend on how things are accounted at the national level. I mean, from this year and next year, we'll also have some money available through the program to work on exactly these issues. How can you have investments off balance sheet for this kind of problems?
It's also the purpose of this event to exchange with other representatives from local authorities to know how they addressed that particular issues in their particular projects. So there will be, I'm sure there will be opportunities to discuss this matter of debt during the day today. I'm turning to Paul now. I'm asking him if he can say something about the question of that gentleman on the standard documents that are needed. Thank you.
This was one of the recommendations, thank you, that the Energy Efficiency Financial Institutions Group made to us. So from the financial side, standardisation of all of the contract and procurement documents could be helpful to de-risk investments and help them simplify their transaction costs. We are waiting for a second report from that group on investment in industry. We've had one on investment in buildings, and then we will discuss with them how to proceed. But you can imagine that having established an effective working relationship with people from the financial sector, we will want to work with them to take forward this sort of a recommendation, possibly through the form of a voluntary agreement.
Thank you, Paul. I need to bring that session to a close now because we've got 10 minutes left for the coffee break. What I'd like to say, I would like to, Adrien wants to say something before that, yeah?
Yeah, just one last information. We actually have about 100 people watching this online. So this is to say thank you to all our spectators and to inform you, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. I hope that session has introduced the subject appropriately. I mean, we heard that the legislative context framework is stimulating investment into energy efficiency and renewables. We heard from the banking institution that there is money available and search for good projects. I was to say profitable, bankable projects, but I would say desirable and profitable, to answer the question from the gentleman in the back. And we learn also about the role of project development assistance. And now I think it's time to go deeper in the subject and to learn from success stories that happen in Europe. But before we do that and break, I would just like to give you a few practicalities so that everything runs smoothly during the day. Well, there will be a coffee break now in next room until 10:30. Please use these breaks to network with the people. The coffee breaks and the lunch will be in the room next door. The parallel sessions, there will be 4, and they will take place in Fabiola, this is this room, in Fabiola 2, which is the room next to it, and in Brussels and Bruges rooms, which are located in the first basement. And regarding the parallel sessions, each project is presented twice, both in the morning and in the afternoon. One presentation will be only in English or with translation to English. The other presentation will also be interpreted in Spanish and Italian, as these two countries are the most represented within the Covenant of Mayors. If you didn't take headphones with you before that session, please get them at the welcome desk. They're there for you. And the participants, so you have been allocated to a room for each slot based on your preferences and registration time. And everybody get to see at least the 3 projects they ranked on top. So we took your preferences into account in the distribution of rooms and the allocation. We've got a very tight agenda with 4 sessions of 45 minutes and more than 100 participants moving from one room to another in 15 minutes. So that's a big exercise. For the success, we ask you to go to the sessions where you have been allocated, and please don't be late at the sessions because they will start on time. And we need to keep this tight agenda running. Please, we ask you as well to switch off your mobile phones during the sessions. And for any practical questions, you can go to the welcome desk. And you also have badge.
Yeah, your sessions are on your badge, basically. So don't go to the welcome desk. They're on your badge. It says which room you're going to for each session.
Yeah, so please follow the instructions that are on your badge. And I'd like to finish by thanking really warmly the 3 speakers we had this morning. I think that gave us a clear introduction to the subject, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the success stories are in the different sessions. Thank you, and let's meet again at 10:30. Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul.
Okay, see you soon.
Thanks. Yeah, see you.
See you, Ralph. Cheers. Yeah, John. I'll keep you in touch about what's happening with our exchange of posts.
Thanks.
test, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, check, 1, 2.
It's okay. Oh, there's a delay, so I'll hear it if there is.
Okay.
It's working. Okay, great. Well, we'll wait until the button.
Yeah. Check, 1, 2, check.
Okay. Let's see. And I'm just going to do the third camera, if you don't mind. The exact same thing.
Okay.
Test, 1, 2, test.
Good morning, everybody.
2, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, test.
There's some interruption here, but okay, I think it works now. Good morning, everybody. Whoa. Good morning, everybody. Hello, it works, yes? Can you hear me? Very good. I like to make a start now because we're running already a little bit late. Just very briefly, my name is Martin Eibel. I'm also working as a project officer on project development assistance in the Executive Agency for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. And I've got, without further ado, the pleasure to introduce our first speaker, which is José Lopez. And he's actually the director of this ESCO Energy Positive, which was set up, amongst others, by the Région Île-de-France, by the Île-de-France region. And the floor is yours, José.
Thank you, Martin. Bonjour. Donc, je vais vous présenter, je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to give you an update on Energy Positive, the Positive program in Île-de-France, with the aim of looking at some of the weaknesses in this system in order to accelerate the energy renovation process. This company has wanted to integrate many public actors from the Île-de-France region, and we have two departments from the city of Paris as big shareholders within this organization. We also have on the table two financial institutions, Caisse Dépôt and Caisse d'Île-de-France. I will be quick in terms of explaining this, and I want to explain a bit about how we came to choose the combination of different members within this group. We also have others who are smaller in terms of the role they play. We generally wanted to have a way of working together so that we could develop partnerships at the project level with energy operators if necessary, or with those companies working in the buildings. The structure of this company, which is capitalized at around 5.3 million euros, and its main aim is to ensure the ongoing success of the financing and the innovative aspect of this finance, and we will and how it will help to mobilize a credit line. We set ourselves up to address 3 sectors: the local public sector, and we also have public buildings, which rather receives assistance rather than direct innovative financing. And this has become part of an investment from another source of capital, and this is in the aim of renewable energy development. It's not a huge project, but it will have a noticeable impact on local development. So some context for you. We have specific competence here in terms of buildings in our region and public housing. Part of the portfolio, as it were, is regarded as non-performing. 2.1 to 2.2 million public houses or apartments and 1 million dwellings that are classed as poor in terms of their energy performance. And so these are our target areas. These types of buildings, which were built maybe before the first set of thermal or heating regulations that came out. These type of public buildings which were built before the 80s, and then others which were built after the 1980s, or the year 1980. The problem here, in terms of renovating such buildings, such public or social dwellings, is related to the problem of finance and sourcing finance. It's a vehicle, a legal vehicle that we have set up here with different shareholders, so that makes it more complex. And the importance here is to work together. And when you're dealing with buildings where there are many owners, that complicates things as well. It creates difficulties from a financial point of view, and so this creates some reticence in terms of procuring funds. So we wish to find innovative financing, and that was our aim. In terms of energy retrofitting, what are the main issues here? How can we improve the energy performance of buildings with innovative financing? On average, to renovate in a more energy performing way social housing in Ile-de-France, you need around 25,000 euros. We have we have 1 million target properties of social housing, and this will enable us to reach the targets that apply to us. And we're talking about a total investment of 625 million euros between now and 2050. And so I hope that gives you an idea of that. More or less, that's 2,500 euros per inhabitant, breaking that down. Finally, we have very few financial resources that are presently available in volumes that are necessary to this size of investment. Grants, of course, come to mind and can be very useful, but there's never enough grants available. That's the problem. Also, the energy performance of buildings requires other types of finance, other forms of investment contributions. If we look at the average energy performance, average consumption of a French citizen is 640 euros per month. Correction, per year. So this implies a substantial amount of savings to be made. And the different sources of financing can contribute to the health of the project and the investment in the long term. In the end, it will be possible to get a reasonable return on this type of investment in the long term. Energy on its own does not allow us to make sufficient, maybe traditional returns in a short-term period. If we look now at the problems that are encountered in terms of retrofitting, there are other reasons that come up. There is the issue of governance and regulations, and also expertise. It must be possible to both make sure that the works program is concrete and realistic, and in terms of the results, tangible. At the same time, have proper financial means, which are often not available on the market. So that requires alternative forms of financing. Our area of work has certain objectives which are very structured and which aim to develop trust between the different building owners and its representatives. The fact of proposing a packet of works to the building's owners and how the works will progress, and give them the chance to express their opinion on the different options and the different financing options. So 2014 to 16, we envisage that there will be 22 co-owned buildings renovated for a cost of 100 million euros. And our portfolio of projects, as it is today, means that we are able to support 200 million total of investments. When we look at energy performance contracting and whether it can be adapted for deep renovation, well, one of the challenges here with renovation is to adopt a global approach, and the problems that come up in terms of the thermal aspect and heat in each building creates problems. For example, there may be an architectural constraint which is linked to the date the building was built, or a building which doesn't have any particular problems systematically. Normally, there, in such a case, we have proper thermal insulation around the outside of the building. We have to replace the windows, insulation, and of course replacement of heating systems. We're not there just to do a few cosmetic changes, as many companies do with small renovations. We're there to deal with all the problems together at the same time. This was brought up by Adrian in the previous presentations, and energy efficiency is not sufficient alone. You need to do other things together at the same time. There need to be longer contract terms. In terms of private assistance from the private sector, and then the joint owners need to also be able to finance certain aspects, and from our point of view, we need to be able to also provide grants. Funding sources now. This is to say funding sources in addition to the private market and private banks. This is important in terms of being able to provide a sufficient range of projects. So we need to break down the financing plan and ensure that each of the joint owners of the building has a very clear financing structure and plan, which also fits in to their financial requirements in the long term. And this must adapt to the specific project in mind. This could be different time periods, for example. So, put another way, the market instruments, in inverted commas, are mobilized, and the relevant documents and certificates are made available. This could be commitments also to increase energy efficiency by a certain percentage, and which will allow these operators to then go to third parties to generate efficiencies. And that means basically that a figure can be applied to what the aim, or efficiency aim is. And this can also help that bring down some of the financing costs. Then the mobilization of different assistance tools that can assist such projects, for example, tax credits, grants, and then there's the area of auto-financing. So as you can see, there's a certain structure to how we work with each building owner or buildings where there are joint owners. This, of course, means organizing many meetings, individual interviews, individual financing plans, before even getting near the meeting where people approve the works. So it implies a lot of planning work. The way in which we now propose to the building owners such work, how do we do this? Well, in our region, we are operating in an area which is not virgin, in the sense that we're used to dealing with the citizens there, and they are used to some of the issues related to energy efficiency. They're being made aware of it, they're involved in programs, and households are aware of the need to reduce energy consumption. So this helps us in a way, and this helps the property owners to also come to a decision. There are also other actors who are there to help and give grants. So that's the first stage in terms of raising awareness. And if it hasn't been done already, that needs to be done. And that means that people are already prepared, as it were, for the kind of projects which we're proposing. And of course, the overall aim is to improve energy performance. That's the main aim. Then, based on that, one can pass on to other phases of work within the building. Normally, in practice, owners don't talk about energy efficiency. Landlords are sensitive to temperature and other such terms, but generally they don't talk a lot about energy efficiency. So that's where we need to raise awareness. And that's where the public authorities at municipal level come into play. For example, such municipalities also imply that oblige property owners to replace the facade, for example, the front of the building, and that's where you have an opportunity to then also educate them and raise awareness about other works that could be done. For example, the proper preservation of the building and other foreseeable future considerations. Within our market, we are approached by landlords who have then, following an audit, come to speak to us. And then we propose a two-phase contract. The first phase, where all the pre-work studies, viability studies, are carried out, and all their impacts, including impact on energy performance, and at the same time define the financing plan. So we do those two aspects at the same time. Normally, with a classical approach, the feasibility studies are done, and then we look at those and say, well, we've got the plan, we know how much it's going to cost, we need to find financing. And that still happens to a large degree. You see architects and landlords who will define the project but won't come up with any solutions in terms of finance. So our approach is to do both at the same time. So it's a question of, as I said before, raising awareness, changing approaches, improving coordination, and making this all seem possible and real for the landlords. And the third part, defining the program and the financing plan. This takes place, and then there's a vote with the landlords or landlord, and then we go towards the different phases of work. Different options are available to the landlord. Of course, energy performance is important, but other concerns of the landlords include things such as aspects that don't always focus on energy performance. They often have the idea that they want a certification. They talk about the person who looks after their heating system. They say that we don't want to complicate things too much. So they might say, please do the necessary works. Talk with our engineer, the heating engineer, and see what certification can be done. And so we are able to say that the work will be done correctly, it will meet the relevant standards, and another objective when we're involved is also to make it clear about the division of competences. So we have an approach whereby we mobilize different experts that are necessary to carry out the necessary works in terms of both the planning and the implementation of the plans. We work with many experts upstream, as it were, to define the plans both from a works and financing point of view. This means that we pool our resources, we find more synergies, and we have our own ability to address the most important issues. I've got 2 minutes left, so I'll be quick now. Here on the screen, you can see the business process divided up. You can also see the cycle is long. All the decisions have to go through a General Assembly, and the There is a General Assembly that takes place once every year, and they also can be extraordinary meetings. So this cycle involves the landlords from beginning to end, and they have to go through the process of different meetings as well. So you can see how it is important to have sufficient funds available at the beginning to be able to go through the different phases and develop the portfolio and ensure that the project is sustainable. Since April 2013, when we set up this vehicle, we started with 3 people, now then 7, then 8, so we have grown, and you can see what we've been able to do. And I have asked my colleagues who follow aspects more closely on a daily basis to detail some of the main points which you can see on the screen now. So, more than 90 meetings with condominiums, 64 meetings with condominium representatives, 20 information meetings with co-owners, where there is a vote that has to be taken. That includes 7 general assemblies. There's a project pipeline of 47 condominiums, 10 signed contracts for the study phase, the success rate of 50%. We are now at the stage where the first stage of works will take place at the end of the year. We have a first vote in December, then 3 further votes in the first quarter of 2015. That's to say 20 million euros will be released for works. Other activities in which we are implicated are those of assisting other regions within France. There are more than 10 regional initiatives aimed at developing such services and develop this model of co-owners. I can say we did all this in an environment that was not always stable, especially with regards to finance. We defined a way of working with the co-owners, and during this time period, from the beginning to today, but it will be equally applicable for the future. In fact, there's a meeting today of one of the General Assemblies, and some of the articles will be addressed, and this is ongoing in other regions as well. We were able to modify a certain number of tax and other dispositions, correction measures, and then we have also dealt with companies who sell the necessary products to carry out retrofitting. So that means you sometimes act as an intermediary. You're looking for finance of certain products, and that does imply a lot of work. And you have to work out what's the best deal quite often. We became an eligible operator with relevant energy certificate. So we take control of our own accounts, which means that we can have control over the way we work, and we can enable co-owners to work in a more productive way. 2013, we received an authorization from the French Banking Authority specifying the conditions under which we could favorably operate our TPF business without falling under the banking monopoly. So this is an area of technical expertise, and we had to deal with many environmental regulations as well as legal regulations. And we benefited from the law on property and renovated property in order to define better our legal status in terms of finance. Then we worked with, and it is presently being read in the General Assembly concerning another transitional project, and we're also participating in a working groups dedicated to TPF. What are the key achievements continuing with these? Well, the amendments to the draft law for a new French energy model aimed to improve the operational regulation framework have seen some positive steps, and the draft law is currently discussed at the National Assembly and should be voted before end of 2014. Here on the graph you can see the actual project pipeline versus 2013 BP forecast. This is a comparison of portfolio of projects for 2013. And we are more or less in line with our projections. I can't really project too much forwards into the future. I would like to maybe 2018. And there are some projections that some of the co-owners have done to that effect. But I decided to stop it there. But if you look at 2014 to 2017, we're above actually the budget that was foreseen for the program. So we're financially very sound. Some of the main problems: the legal definition of TPF by the Allure Act was not fully integrated in the wider legal framework. So that means that there was a legal definition of law, but it was a technical definition. And after our first legal opinion, which was actually favourable, we had a second legal opinion in February 2014, which said actually the contrary, saying that the framework was not clear, the legal definition of our entity was not compatible. So all of this draft law for energy transition had to be re-examined, and this led to our exception in terms of the banking monopoly. That was complex, but nevertheless it was a very important piece of work. In theory, this is now being made stable. This plan is presently in the phase of developing technical aspects of the project, but it must be possible to go and have these meetings with the co-owners with a financing plan, so they know how it will work. And that's what we've been able to do. To do that, you need to not only be able to mobilize financial resources which will be only lent to us if the legal framework and the way our legal definition in terms of our company is clear. And we also have certain concerns that the lack of clarity with the legal definition could have on financial issues. Of course, that's been difficult for us to manage and has had repercussions on our management of projects and our dealings with the co-owners. So here are some elements that we would do differently if we had our time again. We would internalize from day one the full expertise required for technical project development in order to better challenge fees of our co-contractors or subcontractors. The operational team includes a financial manager, technical manager, 2 condominium project officers, 1 thermal engineer, and 1 architect. And this team is integral to all our work, of course. Here you have several projects on the screen. On the left-hand side, we have a building of 900 co-owners. Another problem here is that it's a listed building. So the architect who designed this building, correction is, it's difficult to really do thermal retrofitting on that building. The photos aren't very clear, but it does give you an idea of the size of the building. And at the end of the day, and you can see on the right-hand side, you've got a building that looks completely new. A building that was built in maybe a long time ago that looks rather modern. And the new co-owners of such buildings have properties which are much more energy efficient, and they have a certificate to boot. By concentrating on a program of energy efficiency, it gives us the ability to revalue the property and keep the co-owners on board. Here you have some future projects that are in the pipeline. Project in Paris, Colombes, and another one in Paris. Generally speaking, the cost of renovation for us per meter squared is 350 to 500 euros per meter squared. This can be increased if we have structural problems to 1,000 euros per meter squared. So, thank you for your attention.
José. I actually I took the decision to sacrifice the question and answer session because this presentation is actually web streamed as well, and it's this room is the only room where I think we have got the web streaming as far as I know. So it was the only chance for the audience outside to look at your presentation. But José is around, and you will have a lot of time to ask him questions during lunchtime. There will be a second time when he does his presentation in the afternoon, so you can catch up with him during the day. And in addition, the slides will be available on the website, Manage Energy website, after this event. So if you didn't catch all of the presentation, you will have all the slides available for you after the event. We are, well, maybe if there's one super urgent question, then I allow one question. I see already so many. I'm sorry, but you have to really then ask later on. This gentleman was actually the first one to raise his hand. If you can just tell your name and who you are, and
my name is Vasilis, I'm a consultant here in Brussels. Oh, thank you. So, first question. You mentioned there that in the financial scheme you have the bank asking for the owner, the client. So, which is the client? The owner of the apartment or the company that is doing all the project? A second question is about how you have dealt with the objections of the owners that do not want to invest in renovating their own apartment, but also contribute to the charges of the common charges of the building, the roof, the basement, and things like that. And are the French banks, let's say, giving loans to projects outside France, or the Germans, or something like that? Can a country, a member state that is not, does not have a banking system that well adapted in these new projects, to have loans for investments outside that country? Thank you.
Alors, sur la première question, qui est le client, alors vous avez bien compris que ce que nous on fait, c'est qu'on structure le plan au niveau de la copropriété. Donc c'est un plan de financement on dit collectif. On le structure au niveau de l'entité, entre guillemets, de l'entité juridique qu'on appelle le conseil, le syndicat de copropriété. C'est à ce niveau-là. Donc ensuite, on a une gestion individualisée parce que les gens peuvent décider du montant de tiers financement qu'ils prennent ou de la durée sur laquelle ils s'engagent. Mais la structuration juridiquement, elle se fait au niveau collectif, au niveau du syndicat de copropriété. Hein. Et pour aller très vite, donc la créance, elle est sur le syndicat de copropriété. Ensuite, sur le plan des flux financiers, nous payons les travaux des entreprises qui réalisent. D'accord ? On sécurise, c'est aussi une façon de sécuriser le processus. Hein. Mais nous payons directement les entreprises. D'accord ? Et ensuite, on récupère la créance hein, que les entreprises détenaient sur le syndicat de copropriété. Donc ça, c'est la première question. Non, pour la partie tiers financement, pour la partie tiers financement, c'est-à-dire la partie que nous apportons, on définit la durée du tiers financement
We usually.
Vous avez compris?
Time in function of the energy efficiency. So if we take out the self-financement and the financing aids, the subsidies and so on, we finance a certain amount, but this amount is established with a contract and a reimbursement plan that will take in consideration the foreseen economies, the foreseen saved amounts. In order to redimension
de la théorie à la pratique, il y a des copropriétés qui veulent un contrat de performance énergétique, donc qui les garantit sur les économies d'énergie, et il y en a d'autres qui veulent simplement une certification. Donc on discute avec eux du potentiel d'économie d'énergie et on dimensionne avec eux la durée de remboursement, mais sans que pour autant il y ait une contrepartie juridique.
Donc, merci, José.
Thank you, José. I'm sorry, je suis désolée, je dois vous interrompre, mais nous devons absolument commencer la prochaine session à temps. Donc, si vous avez encore des questions sans réponse, n'hésitez pas à rejoindre José. Il sera là toute la journée, et donc n'hésitez pas à lui poser vos questions. Merci beaucoup. Et courez vite vers votre prochaine salle.
Disent en français, donc c'est automatiquement
Oui,
celui-là.
oui,
et
oui,
puis
non.
Is the web streaming is also translated or not?
The English version.
So only
The English booth.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
connected to the
That's
English
great.
booth. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. And we have 100 of viewers.
Audience.
Yeah, which is great because it's the double of the participants here. So 102 badges were given.
Okay.
Plus speakers, so 110 I would say. Hold it in the micro. Okay, which project is it? Milan. It's Milano. Okay, but all goes out.
No, il coso mi serve, questo qui sì. Questo qua dov'è la fare per illuminare? Quello rosso?
Il rosso e poi questo avanti dietro.
No, vabbè, uso la freccetta.
Provalo, sì.
Dove sono le freccette? Queste qua, sì. Ah, quanto tempo è in tutto? 30 minuti. Va bene, sì.
Ti dico quando ci sono 10, 5, 1
Perfetto.
e poi finisci quello che c'è da finire.
Va bene.
Hi, everybody. Sorry. We're going to start this second session. So we've asked Sergio Zabot from the province of Milan to come and present to us what they have done in the Elena project. Sergio used to work at the province of Milan until last year, I think, and now he's working at the Politecnico di Milano, I guess on similar issues. And prior to that, Sergio has had a whole career at the province of Milan. He's been working with energy planning and the Covenant of Mayors for quite some time. And after that, he actually turned to actual implementations of Sustainable Energy Action Plan through an Elena project that he's going to talk about. So Sergio, the floor is yours. You've got about 30 minutes. And after that, there will be time for questions and answers.
Grazie. Buongiorno a tutti.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Now, just to start, this is a session on feedback for the success of the project, for successful projects. Now, I don't know if we can really call this project a successful story given the stage that it's at. And you'll see as I go through my presentation the reason why I'm telling you this now. So now I'd like to give you some context for the project. I'd just like to let you know where exactly the project is based. You are all familiar with Lombardy, and you know about Milan. You know, you can see the map here. With this project, we have, when we started, the province that it was based in was not separated from Milan. So we maintained ourselves. We continue to work in the previous province as it was, the Monza Brianza province. So the province has joined the Covenant of Mayors as a support structure in 2009, and it represents 65 small municipalities in the surrounding area of Milan. So we are in an advantageous position because in recent years, 2007 to 2009, one of the largest banks provided funding to the tune. They provided financing for 700 building audits, mainly for schools, and action plans were put in place for sustainable energy projects. So the aim of the pilot project, it was that of bringing about a significant reduction in the final energy consumption of the building stock of small communes in the province. And support was provided, but this was from the Cariplo Foundation, but this was only for small communes, and there were 3,000 of them. In Lombardy and in Italy, we wanted to develop an ESCO market which would be up to the task of providing energy performance contracts with guaranteed results. Another aim here was to increase the know-how within local administrations, and in this way we also intended to improve governance of municipalities regarding energy policy, and this was a way of ensuring that sovereignty would not be lost over a period of 20 years. And this is a topic that we'll touch upon later in greater detail. There's a more political side to the project itself, which we'll see later on. So now I'd like to give you some of the results straight off. It was initially planned that we would intervene in 30 to 40 small municipalities, small towns, That was the initial plan, but the final result was that we acted with 1.5 million inhabitants in 16 small towns and the city of Milan itself. Now, the city of Milan is not a small town, of course, but a request was made and a tender was issued for the city of Milan. As for the notes, well, there were 31 small municipalities with 400,000 inhabitants, which were included in the tenders, but these were unsuccessful. They were abandoned, and that's why we weren't so successful. So this was one of the aims. The Elena project comes to an end in December this year, and from the 1st of January 2015, in Italy, provinces will no longer exist. The configuration will completely change for administration in Italy, and the province of Milan will become a metropolitan area. So, therefore, there will be a complete overhaul of the situation, and we'll see that the situation will be shut off entirely from the 31st of December, and this will bring about huge modifications in the project, and we will have to draw to a close this project at the end of December because of these administrative changes. As for buildings, so first of all, we planned to work on 350 buildings, but what actually happened was that we had almost 100 buildings that we worked with in 16 municipalities and 38 in the city of Milan. 197 buildings which we had initially planned for were left out, and these were included in 2 tenders which were later abandoned. As for investment, we had 90 million euros which was planned for the investment, but 13 million euros was what was actually spent for the small municipalities and 5 million for the city of Milan, and then 18 to 20 million was included in the tenders which were then abandoned. Then the second last line, we have some rather concerning data, rather concerning figures. This is because the European Investment Bank, the EIB, set aside a credit line of 65 million euros, but in actual fact, what happened was that the money that was put forward at the end of the day was only 5 million euros. Of the 4 ESCOs that won the first tender, only 3 received a loan as was planned. But the company which ended up winning the tender for the city of Milan, well, this company did not express interest in receiving the loan which had been set aside. Then as for technical assistance, 2.1 million euros were set aside for this assistance. But what was spent actually at the end of the day was 1.8 million euros, and so we can see that the costs were lowered by 300,000 euros. So let's look at the results in detail. Well, there's the first tender, 98 buildings in 16 municipalities. This tender was awarded in August 2013. The baseline which was set aside was just below 4 million euros, and the minimum investment required was 5.4 million euros, but what was actually awarded was 13 million. As for the areas that we actually intervened on, well, we worked in the area of insulation, we worked with microcogen, heat pumps, condensation boilers, solar thermal, light sensors, BEMs, etc. The guaranteed savings were to the tune of 35%, and the savings for the municipalities were 5% of the guaranteed savings, and the duration of the concession was 15 years. Then the third tender, there were several tenders which were abandoned, as I said, and the third tender was awarded for the city of Milan for 38 schools, and this was awarded in August 2014. We were working with roughly with a large number of buildings, and of this total, a traditional tender was organized with the COSIP format, the CONSIP format, and the main interest here was to work on contracts with a specific set of results, and the municipalities decided to work with 38 schools in order to, in line with their expertise. So the baseline was 2.3 million, the minimum investment required was 3.5 million, and what was awarded was 5.14 million. The proposed interventions were refitting and the guaranteed savings were 35.5%. The budgetary relief for the city of Milan was 15.5% on the guaranteed savings. And the period of the concession was 15 years. As for the second tender, we had two separate lots. We had almost 197 buildings in 31 municipalities. We had 7 different companies which had been pre-selected or shortlisted, and this was abandoned on 2 different occasions, in June 2013 and May 2014. There may well have been mistakes on our behalf. With the first abandoned tender, we probably should have closed everything down and restructured the whole of the tender. But this was not carried out, and there were a number of reasons behind this, which I could go into, but don't have time at the moment. Then, for this second tender, well, there's a very heavy question mark hanging over this. If Article 131 of the Treaty on the of the European Union is not violated, well, this article bans agreements among companies that are going for tender. So there was no proof that this had taken place, that there was no proof of a violation, and so the tender was not abandoned eventually. So here we can see the structure of all of the work that was carried out. It's divided into 4 blocks. We have 4 main blocks here. The first is the audits which are financed by the Cariplo Foundation, and all of the work which was carried out by the project was funded by the Elena project. Then as for finance, as for how it was funded, you can see this in number 3, and then block 4 deals with the tenders themselves and the administrative side of how they are actually processed. Now, if we look at block 1 here, as I said, the Cariplo Foundation is one of the largest Italian banking foundations, and it works mainly in Lombardy and Piedmont. Between 2006 and 2008, it spent 8 million of public money in grants, and this aimed to stimulate the creation of energy efficiency measures. They funded they funded 650 municipalities, which with 30,000 residents from the Lombardy region. There's a 0 missing on the screen. It's 30,000 inhabitants in the Lombardy region. More than 3,700 buildings were audited, and 1,350 of these in detail. This was a huge task, and the foundation set aside a huge amount of information for us on this work, and it was on the basis of this that we carried out our tasks. But we also carried out research paid by the foundation, carried out by a different company, and what we found was that the audits that had been funded did not significantly stimulate the creation of energy efficiency measures. And this was mainly because we were in the midst of an economic crisis. But the other reason was as a result of the Growth and Stability Pact, which prevents communes, the municipalities, from investing in this way. Here we can see the second block. This is the structure for technical assistance. We have a number of boxes here on the screen. The first block is internal administrative support, public administration provided support for the province. Procurement and contracts support was provided in order to help with the tender. There were not significant difficulties here. We could even say that the issues advanced well here in terms of these procurement and contracts. But the main difficulties were the administrative deadlines. Often we overpass the deadlines, unfortunately. The second block was presented by a mayor's committee the mayor's covenant, and for procurement and contracts, assistance was provided here, and agreements were drawn up with the communes, the municipalities. The main difficulty which was encountered with all of these municipalities was the fact that legal support was necessary in order to deal with all of the minor details, with the minor challenges at the level of the municipality. There are many different initiatives and there are many different players involved, so each municipality had its own problem. Therefore, it was necessary to carry out a lot of legal work, legal preparation, in order to bring together all of the elements correctly. Then the technical group that dealt with audits, baselines, potential and costs assessment. Well, the task which was assigned, the task necessary was assigned primarily to a dozen of the engineering companies that had issued the previous audits. So we could see that there were companies that were already working on this, and the commune was happy with the work that they had carried out. Therefore, assistance was provided in carrying out this type of assessment, the cost assessment. But there was a problem. The audits carried out for the tender had not been concluded. They had not been tailored for specific tenders. So the main problem was bringing together all of these different diagnostics and audits, and the difficulty was putting these audits together in order to prepare them for a specific tender. Coordinating this operation was carried out by the provincial agency, the in-house agency, which is called Infoenergia. The project was very well structured with reasonable costs. Roughly 1,000 plus VAT was spent on each building. For each tender, that 4 and 6 months were necessary, and the main difficulty was a lack of reliable consumption data. And we can see this as being one of the main criticisms, especially for Italy. The communes are not aware of how much energy their buildings consume. That is the simple truth. They have their bills, they know how much they spend, they know how much money is outgoing, but they don't actually have a system in place to say, this building consumes this amount of gas, or this building consumes X amount of electricity. And what we saw is that a great deal of time is necessary in order to put together this work. As for legal and administrative support, a tender was put together in order to assign this, and the tasks were assigned to a leading international law firm, which is a leading law firm in the sector. Coordination and control were directly carried out by the managing board themselves. There were not particular difficulties, but a structure of this type, well, it had, when working with a large law firm, you need a great deal of leadership effort set aside. Studies which are well structured, well, they can normally deal with any situation that may arise, but what actually happens is that these studies suggest the easiest path. So you need to know exactly where you're going, what the objective is, and you have to ensure that leadership is followed correctly, because often if you have too much legal expertise set aside, then issues can get confusing. You need to channel efforts in the right direction. And I'm an engineer, so I don't always understand how legal firms work. As for monitoring and auditing tasks, the IPMVP standard was adopted. There was, this is compliant with the ISO 50001, but the main key difficulty was the trade-off between sovereignty and governance. Now, what's the thorny issue here? Well, it is that any administration body, above all a public body, well, if it does not want to lose sovereignty, if it doesn't want to lose control over the work it's carrying out when it outsources a contract, well, it needs to strengthen its internal governance. It needs to strengthen its governance on the inside. It needs to ensure that the checks and balances within the body are working correctly. And above all, the contracts need to be respected. Here we're talking about contracts which can last 15 years. So for 15 years, there might be someone each year who has to check up on the results. And seeing as the conditions are determined on the basis of the real performance at the end of the day, then you have to be able to check 15 years after whether these conditions were actually met. And you have to sign off the bills that come in for the full period, and therefore correct structure has to be provided. You have to think beyond the lifespan of the project. There will be employees who are leaving, who are retiring, etc. So you have to set aside a structure so that over the next 15 or 20 years, this work can be carried out correctly. The right checks, the correct reporting has to be carried out, and the right conditions have to be set right from the start. So let's move on. Block 3, the problems in seeking funding. Well, in 2010, we set up contact with the financial institutions, with banks. We got in touch with them, and in spring 2010, at that early stage, things seemed promising. We were in touch with a number of banks, and they told us that they might not be able to take part in the project because of a spread of 0.1%. So we prepared everything. We prepared the tender, etc. And so the tender was put together. The first tender dealt with a spread which had been divided up into 4 different risk areas. However, it was always above the BBB rating, which, and this is the key benchmark, and without reaching that, then funding will not be guaranteed.
In October 2011, we closed the first tender, and then we started to say maybe the EIB did not want to carry out with that tender. We thought of those bankers that were laughing out loud because of that situation. So there was a new tender. We separated the collateral to the current spread. Then we considered the different equity requests. We thought that, we could find a way out, but unfortunately we were not able actually to find a solution. Following that moment, we started a negotiation. Well, actually, a group together with the EIB started to negotiate for about more than 12 months. That went on until May 2013, when actually the EIB and the commercial bank, the Mediocredito Italiano and Intesa San Paolo Group, signed a contract. Then there was a blackout once again on the negotiations between ESCOs and commercial banks. Through, rumors, because as you know, the banks, they tend not to be very transparent. So we realized that out of the 4 ESCOs in the first tender, 1 got the EIB loan only for 5 years, 2 were not financed at all by Mediocredito, and 1 was not actually financed at all because it was not creditworthy. I must say that probably there was a rejection by the 4 ESCOs. They didn't want to set up an SPV as Mediocredito asked for. So this is something that I was told. I know that between ESCOs and the banks there were separate negotiations going on. Having said so, now let's move to the public procurement process. So we went for the concession of services off balance for the municipalities, so of the Stability Pact in accordance to the Eurostat decision of February 2004. That was also enforced by the Italian government by a decree that you can see here. As you can see, this is off the Stability Pact because according to the Eurostat decision, if there is strong evidence that the private partner is assuming most of the risks related to the contract, and if the contract or the rate to be paid is not fixed, or it depends on the results of the performance, then this is a condition according to which you can be, go off or opt out actually of the Stability Pact. As far as the procedure, the process is concerned, we went for a shortlisted procedure. So we went on, we followed the standard steps. We sent a letter of invitation. So we just follow what we were required actually to do. There was a sort of self-statement, self-declaration that was made. This is something that is, pertaining to the legal field, whereas the most difficult part was the one related to the offer and the tender. I must add that at a later stage we said that we could have adopted the competitive dialogue, which is a tool that has been foreseen by the Directive 18/2004 and by the Italian codes as well. Unfortunately, back then we didn't have enough experience from an administrative point of view. According to the competitive dialogue between the first and second phase, there's a phase where those who went on or went through the first step then can start up a dialogue with the administration, and this is not very actually easy to put into practice. As far as the framework contract is concerned, that has been signed by the ESCO and the province, and the operating contracts that the ESCO signed with each municipality. So actually, each municipality had to manage, its own contract, basically. Now the epilogue. The very first 16 operating contracts and I'll tell you why later, have been actually postponed for 1 year. There was a mismatch, with the selection of the commercial bank and the tender, and as a result, the executive drawings, it took more than 1 year to have them. And then the very first refurbishments and retrofitting started only in the spring 2014, and then a second group is expected to start in 2015. The tender for the city of Milan had a different result. It took more than 1 year to prepare the tender documentation, so missing the 2013 summer slot. And then the tender came to an end in July. It was awarded a framework agreement just lately. And today, as of today, the municipality of Milan has up until the 31st of December from a legal point of view, to sign together with the province the operational contract. As I said before, the ESCO, which won the tender for the city of Milan, did not use the line of credit from the EIB. So this was the initial timing as it was approved by the EIB. And this is actually the current timing. And here you can see something very interesting. In the first line, we see, so you see no selection of any banks, and then the signature with the bank. But unfortunately, and it's a pity, that this had to be done a year earlier. So the company who won the tender actually was not able to sign all the contracts because they didn't know what to do, actually, because there was no line of credit. So, and because of that, the procedure had to be stopped. So we missed that slot, then we used that this summer slot, and then we hope then to use the other slots in the future. So, as you can see, this is the result of that we had. This is actually the situation in Milan. It took more than 1 year just to prepare all the documents, and I'll explain why later. The green light was actually given only this summer, or last summer, and works will begin only as of next year. So now I can explain why all this happened. This is just the detail of what I was telling you before. So I won't dwell upon this part. Now we still have three slides to go, where I'd like to talk about a series of blocks or obstacles. For some, I'll provide you with some details, and for others, I won't be specific. Well, first of all, we could say that the Italian market is at the very beginning. I believe that in Milan we had the very first EPC contract. There's another one now in Chieti, in Padua now that attempting to do the same with a specific tender, call for tender actually, and the so-called majors, so the bigger ESCOs. I mean those companies who are well capitalized and who are well introduced into the public market. Well, these ESCOs work together with JZ, which is the main association that controls up to 95% of the Italian market. And these guys actually, they have to work with, or they have to actually participate in tenders for the EPC. But these are companies who prefer also the so-called all-inclusive contracts, because when you have to do retrofitting, managing, and so on, you prefer to have a turnkey solution. So because of that, we have an issue, because in the end, we don't know if the savings you make are due to the intervention that were made, or because of a good maintenance, or maybe because there is just a discount on the fuel that is used in the building. So it's as if they would call to Gazprom in Russia or to Putin in Russia to tell them that they want more gas or less gas. In this case, obviously, this is not the case. Here, they are aiming at getting maybe a 15% discount on the raw material, on the price of the raw material. So obviously, if I have a discount on the gas, then I can, compensate what I wasn't able to get elsewhere. Another point which is quite relevant is that these companies, because of their strength and power, can offer contracts where they can go up to 20% discount initially, and on the Italian market, because of that, they can offer an amount of equal to 10% of the total contract, fuel included, with interventions in terms of extraordinary maintenance, abide by the rules, and energy efficiency. And this is not part of the tender. So if you take the municipality of Milan that has a contract of 50 or 60 million euros, well, that means that they can invest 5-6 million euros on anything on their buildings with no tender. So this means that there is less work to be done by the municipalities. They have a workload that is below, what they are supposed to do. And having said so, the small companies don't have enough money, are not well capitalized to manage complex contracts, and have great difficulties in accessing credit. Because they need to provide guarantees, and they have actually to provide many documents, and the requisites for them are very high. So in terms of, from a financial point of view, from a banking point of view, the EPC is not quite bankable, as we used to say. And then there's another element that is quite relevant. There are there are no performance bond issued by the insurance industry. The insurance industry actually is not present and cannot guarantee any final user. So because of that, there is less efficiency in terms of risk allocation. So there is less activity and less interventions as a result. Let's not forget that a loan at the bank can go up to 1.52% interest. I know that currently insurance companies in the US have become competitors to this kind of intermediaries because they offer policies that are below 1%. For an ESCO, I mean, a percentage point can be absolutely important and relevant. Very well, now we've come to the end of my presentation where I list I still had one slide to go. The obstacles from an administrative point of view, I said that there is not enough knowledge on EPC, so that is a great obstacle. And then the municipalities are not fit for purpose. They are not able to provide a good trade-off between the sovereignty sharing and governance upgrade. So when there's at stake a contract where millions of euros are in play, it's important to improve, to upgrade the governance. I won't provide you with other details on this point, but I believe that because of that, there are political issues related to that. So we need some political action to sell this to staff, to the different bodies, so that they can operate or act in a specific way. And unfortunately, in many occasions, there was a lack of political commitment. And then, obviously, and this is related to the other point, the question related to the contract management, that requires some monitoring procedures and relevant procedures. Then another big issue is that many municipalities have some not well-defined accounting systems. So as you know, anything can happen in a municipality in Italy. So we should not underestimate that cost and time required to train staff, is quite lengthy. Sometimes we have a contract, a duration contract for 15 years, and we lack training to manage that contract. So now I shall come to the end of my presentation. There are still obstacles which I don't wish to discuss. There is a legislative instability, a lot of red tape procedures, stop and go imposed by national and local regulations. And then the Stability Pact that do not allow to allocate equity funds for specific measures. Then there's some incentive systems that are quite complex and not well linked to one another or connected to one another. And then there are strong and powerful lobbies that are capable of blocking the spreading of the EPC contracts. And then last but not least, the relationships with banks that in general are quite shallow. And that's all. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sergio. It's been a bit long, but I think it is very rich. I mean, if everybody has understood everything in this presentation, I'd be very happy to hear that. I guess there are a few questions and precisions that you might want to ask Sergio about what he's explained to us. Do we have yeah, there's a mic in the room there, so yeah, Mr. there. Okay. Vous pouvez allumer le micro?
Yes, okay. Very nice presentation. How can you define, in terms of the tender documents, and the monitoring, of course, of the ESCO that will undertake the building energy efficiency contract, how can you define the guarantee energy savings in buildings when we have, of course, the behavior of the people that are the users of the building, or the external climate conditions, etc., etc.?
Well, there are a lot of detail for normalize the consumption according to the temperature, according to the volume used, according to the hours operation. So in the contract there is a special annex for the determination of the fees and the result and the energy saving. So there are classical normalization, you know, you can get in literature or whatever you want.
Hello, thanks Mr. Zoll for your presentation. Mr. Rataz from the Murcia region. We are implementing at the moment one ELENA project. My question is dealing with energy audits. I have just heard in the other room the experience from Catalonia region, Provincia di Barcelona, with respect to the procurement of these audits. They have launched one procurement for each municipality which is a beneficiary of that task. In the Murcia region, we are thinking about the possibility to launch, let's say, global procurements by lots in terms of typology of expenditure, biomass or photovoltaics or electric lighting, street lighting, or to combine different municipalities which are more or less in the same geographical area. I would like to know what your experience was about energy audits. Thanks.
Well, I have to say that I'm really, after this experience, I can tell you that I'm really skeptical about, audits and analysis, too much detail than before. Because, you know, the company, the ESCOs, they cannot trust to the audit done by somebody else. They have their own system, their own conception, to make audit and assess the real potential. So what I could suggest is not to spend much money in too much detail audit. The important is to have the baseline. You have to know the energy consumption, but the real consumption in terms of cubic meter or gas, in terms of liter or kilo or oil, in terms of kilowatt hour, that's the real important. And that is the more difficult, because when you make energy audit, you know, you make a standard classification as, this hotel is working 24 hours a day for 30, 60 days. But when you're in the school, the Saturday, Sunday is closed, Christmas is closed, and the year is closed. Maybe it works from 8 hours in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, then finish. So the audit that you made, the theoretical need, because you don't calculate the consumption in energy audit, you calculate the energy need. The energy need is different from the energy consumption. In a school, the difference may be 30–40%. So you have an audit, useless, right? So important to have the baseline. And according to municipality, well, in this case, we made one general framework contract just to, approve the whole package. The whole package means, the techno-economical flow, and so on. Then, of course, every municipality needed to go into the detail for, often, in the municipality, they have other buildings that they are good, so they don't need refurbishment, but they want to put that building inside the other group just for maintenance. So that is kind of local, individual negotiation. We do not enter in that detail. We just want to assure that the framework is respected. Is it clear? I answer your question?
Any other question?
Ana, de Diputación de Girona, Spain. Mi senti? Volevo chiedere qual è stato il ruolo del Politecnico di
I wanted to ask, what's the role of Polytechnic of Milan in the implementation of this project?
No, nessuno.
No, it had no role. The Polytechnic of Milan, well, it appears here just because in May 2013 they very warmly invited me to attend an event, and so that's simply why the name appears here. So I just accepted an event. I accepted an invitation to an event, and but that's just rather a separate project that I've got.
Okay, we can still take one last question, and then we'll have to go for lunch, because nobody else, everything's clear? Else, you know where to find Sergio. For now, he'll be, I guess, at the lunch. If you have any more questions, don't hesitate. Thanks a lot for your attention, and so lunch is next door, and we'll start again with 2 other sessions this afternoon right after lunch. veux peut-être maintenant parce qu'on va aller.
Vous avez besoin d'aide ou
Je sais pas.
c'est ok?
C'est celle que tu m'as envoyée. Enfin, parce que
Non, mais c'est juste que ce matin, je me sortais
changé
pas dans...
ton truc, d'accord.
Ouais, j'ai changé un slide.
Ok.
C'était pas
Tu
dans
me
la
l'as.
question.
Tu la laisses sur le. Tu l'as
Ouais,
copié sur
j'ai
le bureau.
copié sur le bureau.
D'accord, ok.
Ok.
On la récupère.
Alors, elle a été modifiée parce que Nathan... oh,
Ah, il y a juste un slide.
Okay, I think we're going to start. So this afternoon, we've got two more sessions coming, and the first one will be with Régis Pouillet from the Rhône-Alpes region, who's going to present their project on public building renovation. And so Régis is basically working in the region on energy and specifically on this project. And prior to that, he used to work at the promotional bank Caisse des Dépôts, which may explain how he knows also about financing. So Régis, the floor is yours for about half an hour.
Okay. Bonjour. Oui,
Good. There.
Excusez-moi, je vais m'exprimer en français.
Thank you, everyone. Good day to you all. I will talk to you about the local public company from my region. I come from the area of Rhône-Alpes in France. This is near to the city of Lyon, just over 6 million inhabitants. We're talking here about a GDP of 173 million euros and a budget of 2.45 million euros. Correction, that's 2.45 billion euros. And it's one of the biggest regions in France. I work in the energy department of this company, and I'm in charge of investments which are under the umbrella of grants. This is traditionally speaking investments which have been funded by grants, and I was recruited to put into place different tools, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. But equally, we have implemented an investment fund recently, and which is designed to guarantee investment for the renovation of buildings. So the public local company OZER, as you can see on the screen, I will address these questions. What are the objectives? What does OZER do? A third-party financing project, and finally, the advantages of such a company as OZER. So this project was elaborated and implemented by the Rhône-Alpes region. This project was carried out with other councils who also aided the preparation of the project, and there are also other contributors to the project. The context here is that it's a community-based climate and energy blueprint and the regional blueprint on energy, climate and air quality, important plans for regulation of activities and the environment, and it was started in 2010, in fact, the project. The first strategic studies were carried out then. Political guidelines were drawn up, and as you can see on the screen with the timelines, the first operations will start at the end of 2014. We needed 2 years to complete preparations and carry out feasibility studies and to set up this company, as well as find other partners and financing partners. The company was set up in January of 2013, and the first works will start, as I said previously, at the end of 2014. There is a strong political objective behind this project. After all, we're dealing with public buildings, social housing, and this project is elaborated and implemented by the Rhône-Alpes region. The targets within are linked to the patrimony of the region, and this is political and cultural in its scope. For this reason, this local public company was set up to lead these works. It's private. It has certain aspects of a private company in terms of its legal basis, but it is a public local company with a private structure, ruled by the French Commercial Code. It is 100% owned by municipalities belonging to the Rhône-Alpes region. So that includes 10 municipalities, and some of the shareholders have a larger share than others. So what are the aims of this company? Well, I'll go through this quite quickly. First, carry out retrofitting operations of public buildings. Of course, that means improved energy performance, greater energy efficiency. These are ambitious objectives and projects. And this is how this company works, with these targets in mind. We are also going to renovate the exterior and interior of the building to these ends. One of the targets is to increase energy efficiency by 40%. There will also be, as an aim, significant cuts in energy consumption, ranging from 40 to 75%, with reduced energy consumption, reduced consumption of greenhouse gases, and reduced operational costs. And to go into more detail on this, the second aspect, the funding model, third-party investment. This is a bit unique in this sense. I'll go into more details afterwards. The third objective, taking into consideration other dimensions of retrofitting, other aspects that need to be taken into account. For example, accessibility, security, raising comfort standards. This aims to increase the overall performance of the building and bring it up to modern standards, as well as comply with modern regulations. And that also includes positive effects on the behavior of dwellers and obsolescence. And these points that I just mentioned come, as it were, under the heading of energy performance. They come together with it. And these can be done in a coordinated manner. All of these, in the end, imply many benefits for the people living there. Fourth objective, boosting the regional economy and creating jobs through retrofitting. This in particular would have positive implications for the construction and building sector, the renovation sector, the other indirect jobs linked to these sectors. So how does this company work? Here you can see on the screen a few more details. So there's an in-house team that. So we have an in-house team that links the different teams together. There are different ways of acting and carrying out operations. The classical, that of using, which is described under option 1 on the screen, that of using experts and expert studies. Then the second option, which is third-party investment. The LPC coordinates the operation from beginning to end and brings the financing of the operation to the table as well. The advantage of this is that it reduces the difficulties in the contract, simplifies it, and enables better coordination. And it has a longer-term remit. In addition, this company will be in charge of finding the finance, as I said earlier. We have different energy certificates in France and other regulations as well that need to be taken into account and coordinated with the work of the company. Once the company has signed a contract with a third-party investor, the company will also sign another contract with private lenders who will be responsible, private sector workers, specialists who will be in charge of taking control of the financing operation and all the smaller details. So for the local area, the advantage is that it will not directly finance the project, but on the plus side, It will finance the costs via the rents it gains from these properties, and this allows it to ensure that the project does not have too large a financial impact. And in addition, savings from the renovation and increased energy performance will also have a positive impact on the costs. Often, with such operations, there are certain numbers which are set out and estimated between 80 to 90 in terms of savings. And this can allow us to finance a part of the rent and limit the negative budgetary impact of this operation. So, the third-party investment process, there are 4 phases. This can be seen on the screen. First phase, the evaluation phase, the analysis and evaluation of the project. Then the phase 1.2, diagnostics. This is more technical in its detail. Then a full evaluation, which will look at economic aspects and will be able to properly assess whether this is an interesting project for the local area and municipality. Second phase involves contracts. This is the phase during which the LPC will make contact with lenders and will aim to procure funds. And this involves public tender, marketing. There needs to be a competitive tender put in place. And at the end, this will enable the company to come back to the local authority with a competitive contract and potential tender. And that will include all the necessary and important details, content, total, form of working, etc. Then, third phase, construction. The actual implementation of the project. Then finally, it will also be active in terms of the maintenance, use, and management of the building. So, as you can see, there's a smooth flow here through the process. And this enables greater efficiency, technical consistency, and better coordination through the project. It also allows proper follow-ups to take place. Then we have, if we look in more detail at the energy assessment, these are the aspects that will be looked at. As these can be seen on the screen. First, the analysis of the overall building, the building as a whole. Then the initial energy performance, elaborating energy consumption targets. These classic aspects, so I'll move forward with the slides. Then moving on to the preliminary assessment, now on the screen. An analysis will take place from a legal point of view to define the different possible funding options. Then there will be an assessment of the overall cost of the project for 2 options, LPC OZER or classical public contract. This involves in-depth analysis of the overall investment, including all expenses, VAT, funding and related expenses, accounting and fiscal considerations, and risk calculation. This assessment allows us to have a good idea of the overall cost of the project. That's the main benefit of this phase. If there are negative conclusions at this stage of the assessment, well, there will be no further actions taken and the operation will be put to one side. Third-party investment now, a few funding practicalities. As you can see on the screen, I've separated this into two sections, construction and then utilization and repayment. In terms of construction, we will use some short-term funding, and there will be 10% coming from own funds brought by each local authority. 90% of the short-term debt put into place and mutualized by the LPC, OZER. If we have an overall capital of 5 million, for example, in this case. And European funds can also be used to this end. In terms of long-term financing, some similar aspects here. 10% of own funds, that remains the same. However, on the remaining financing, other lending facilities will be used, and these are contracted via banks on the French private banking market. To give you an example, last week we signed a contract of 20 million euros, 20 million euro loan for 20 years, 1.15% interest rate. Why is this interesting? Well, they're interested because they have a guarantee from a public authority, so the risk to the lender is not taken by the local public company, but actually by the public authority. And as the French public authorities' own financing can be limited, this system helped to get a long-term loan with a good interest rate. Two types of contracts. First type that is used is an in-house contract signed between the municipality and the LPC. This is a 20-year, normally long-term contract with guarantees included. There will be a breakdown of the works. The guarantees are linked to energy performance. Correction, to contract performance. Then the LPC signs one contract with a private entity. And that will detail the conditions of the contract. The only difference here is that the LPC will pay directly to the private lender during the works, and there won't be the payment of rent. Some advantages here. This type of company enables the pooling of technical, financial, and economic know-how. It brings all of that under one roof. And these are competencies that the local authorities don't always have themselves. Assistance is given to the local authorities and is provided throughout the project throughout its implementation. And this helps to overcome deficiencies in service provision from local authorities, having such know-how working together. It also gives the opportunity for local authorities to learn from such experts and companies throughout the duration of the project. There are also financial issues and points to bear in mind in terms, for example, the ability to renegotiate such loans. And this is helped by the fact that repayment is ensured by rents, which partially cover energy savings. So the advantages of third-party investment. It simplifies public procurement procedures thanks to the local public company in-house relationship. It's easier to have long-term commitments with partners when there is greater trust and prior knowledge of working together. With a purely private partner, this is not so easy in normal traditional situations. There's also the possibility to delay payments until the operation is completed. Therefore, rents partially offset energy savings. And above all, not pay before the delivery of the building until the building is and the works are completely finished. That's the key point here. Then, local negotiation and management is centralized by OSER, including access to public banking institutions. And this, for a local authority, is often very difficult to achieve, in fact. So, third-party investment smooths out this process and enables loans to be procured at interesting rates. So a few more details about OSER here. We have a team of 5 staff in overall, so it's not a big office. One director, or chief executive, financial manager, 2 project officers, these are energy engineers, and 1 administrative assistant. The financial manager is important in terms of the work done throughout the project. The 2 energy engineers have previously worked in the evaluation department, the feasibility department, and all this expertise is brought together. And we're talking about a total of 20 million euros of works per year. And it's not exactly those staff members who do it, but they are the coordinators and managers of the works that are carried out. And of course, it's important also to include here is the follow-up, following the works. The capital shareholding total is 5.3 million euros, and it is a company which has benefited from the support of the European Commission, including technical assistance, short-term funding from the EEEF. This helps in terms of the short-term financing, and thanks to this fund, the LPC has had technical assistance that it required, and a grant has been forthcoming to fund an important project. Another advantage of this support is that it gives credibility to the project. Of course, when European funds give the go-ahead to a project, it gains credibility and gives it a certain kudos. It also has positive repercussions on the company as a whole. So the first operation started in will start in December, and this is December 2015. But as you can see on the screen, there are details of the first operations there. 3 schools on the first line. In Bourg-en-Bresse, 6.6 million. Then looking further down the list, the City Hall of Grand-Gevrier and a public library in Montmélian. A few quick examples there with total costs to give you an idea. They vary a lot in terms of their size and scope, these operations. So the business plan anticipated 20 million euros cost of works per year, distributed among 10 to 15 projects overall. And thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Régis. So I think it's a very nice example showing how you can combine basically the supply of finance and also the technical assistance to developing projects, combine them both in a public instrument. Are there any questions to Régis on this? Yeah, José.
Oui, Régis, bravo.
Yes, Régis, excellent. Just one question. You said that for each collaboration, the LPC had to generate contracts in order to establish the statutes. Which contracts were they? An LPC can only work for its stakeholders, so when a collectivity asks an LPC for its services, it is necessary that they have the same stakeholders. Obviously, this has consequences and is one of the difficult aspects of this tool. It is necessary for it to integrate always new stakeholders. So these are inevitable aspects, and if we want to keep the advantage of the in-house format, we have to find solutions, and in fact the solutions we find so far allow to find new stakeholders pretty fast and to combine all collectivities at once. In general, the issue is what type of development this LPC has in medium and long term. It can either double its shares or its activity, but it still may be insufficient to address all the necessities of the local area. So it doesn't have the purpose of gathering hundreds and hundreds of employees and shareholders. The purpose of the other model is to work on an interregional area, and it has the possibility to duplicate on smaller territories, either creating a new company every time, which is a smaller intervention, or by bringing together already existing companies, which in France is called so it can either work with companies that actually are not so interested in energy efficiency.
Question? Laura, yeah. Laura, attends le micro.
Ah. Oui, c'est parce que je suis devant. Oui, j'aurais une question concernant le modèle, parce que tu as parlé d'une analyse.
I have a question on this model, as you spoke of an analyze, of a preventive analysis. So the choice between a classical intervention on the public market or the intervention of third-party investments, which are the criteria that determined which one to use or to combine both? And the second question is on the extension of this model. And does it have the possibility to intervene on the housing sector? Because I saw that in the pipeline there is no intervention in the housing sector, but could we imagine that an LPC could actually be involved in the energy efficiency of entire municipalities, as it the LPC can only act on the assets of the collectivity, so on third-party investments. It can act on it can have an influence on the schools, on the public buildings, but not so much on housing, because that's a smaller, it only involves a smaller asset. LPC cannot work for these private companies. It can only work for the assets of the collectivity of public interest. The comparison of the different computings will be on a global level. And on a global level, the total amount of costs of the works and of the exploitation of the contract and in which the total of the costs are integrated. So it is very important to analyze which is the computing that allows the lower cost, and that's the criteria. on energy performance contracts, we can always also use them in the public market. In France, we're doing it. These are contracts that in France are called conception, use and exploitation. And these contracts can now be realized without a third-party investment.
Is everybody digesting their lunch? Annie, yeah, wait for the mic.
Juste une confirmation. Donc.
Just one question. So does this allow to limit the public debt somehow? Well, this may present some problems, but it won't last. Obviously, the collectivity, the public interest is committed to pay the rent, and so it won't be a pure debt, but yeah, the result is the same in the end.
Peut-être une question de mon côté. My side, I was wondering, because I know that you're starting to procure the first projects you started this summer. I was wondering, what is the reply of the market? Do the ESCOs actually answer? Are they eager to take those 20-year contracts? Are you happy with that? Is it working well, finally?
Oui, ça,
Yes, absolutely. The company is starting well. It's very encouraging. The policies are very attentive to the private ESCOs that will eventually stipulate contracts with the LPC, and are focused on small and medium enterprises. Which allows them to develop an offer of an ESCO that they hadn't so far. And the first contracts that we stipulated were very encouraging, because we see how the market is organizing and the providers are organizing, so to create an interesting global market, actually. And so it's not just big companies, also the small and medium enterprises. And so we're satisfied also on the financial model, from a financial point of view and from a legal point of view, because it allows us to stipulate contracts on favorable conditions.
Une dernière question.
One last question. If no one else wants to ask a question. Okay. Just one last question. On a financing plan, on long term, in a building phase, in the first building phase, on short term, and then on the mobilization of a credit line, is this combined structure because you hadn't securitized the short term yet compared to the long term, or is it, what is the reason exactly? Well, the reason is that on financement for short term, we needed a a guarantee from the collectivity, and this guarantee could only concern the long term. On the short term, we have a different warranty mechanism with our own funds, and then with higher funds from the banks.
We're running late. I'm going to ask you all to thank Régis Pouillet for this great presentation. And if you've got any other questions, you know where to find him. He's around still for a bit of time. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we're going to get started. So for the last session in this room, we're going to have Albert Vendrell Roca from the province of Barcelona, who's going to tell us about the Elena project in Barcelona. Albert, the floor is yours for about 30 minutes, and then we'll have questions and answers.
I will speak in Spanish. I mean, if you want to use the headphones for the translation. Gracias por la invitación y gracias por estar aquí para escuchándome. Os voy a...
Thank you very much for all coming. I'm going to explain your project, Elena. I'm going to tell you about our administration, how things work, and how we have reached the stage that we are at today. We are a local administration, a second-level local government body, and this means that we provide support to our to those that we collaborate with in a technical manner. And here you can see the data, the figures for our area. We have 311 municipalities with a population of 5.6 million inhabitants. And I think more or less all of you know Barcelona. Barcelona is well known. Barcelona is part of the province. It is within the province, but the province is actually much more than that. We have municipalities that are very small indeed, that aren't even 2,000 inhabitants. We have urban surroundings, we have lots of different settings which create a lot of variety for our project. The municipalities that we serve are in this area. They have to provide basic services to their citizens, their inhabitants, and many of these services consume a great deal of energy. Since 2008, 2009, 2010, we have suffered significantly as a result of the crisis, and as a result of the lack of stability, there are many problems in terms of debt, and this debt is having to be we are seeing that energy services are provided in a different way. We can see that energy prices are constantly rising. In the last 10 years, we have seen a 10% annual increase in terms of energy, 100% in total over the full period, and this is causing significant problems. All of this is contributing to a reduction in CO2 emissions, and this is thanks to CEAP actions. And this is also thanks to the work with the Covenant of Mayors. Since 2008, where this was the first time that we received support from the mayors, and now it's 212 municipalities that have signed the covenant in our province, and so this covers almost the entire population, 95% or now even more. And now we have reached an agreement with other provinces of the area, and we have set up a covenant club in Catalonia. This is the basis of Redeva. This is the foundations of all of the work that we carry out. So these municipalities, we've encouraged them to join the Mayor's Covenant, and what they say is that I need to put in place certain actions, help me to do so, but how exactly can we do this? Well, we do this in 3 different ways. As you can see on the screen, if they have their own funding resources, or if they have their own means available from their own body, which allows them to invest, well, that's one way of doing things. But for this, they need technical support, and that's why they come to us. Then there is a low-cost way of putting in place the actions, and these are based on bringing about behavioral changes, and we have to explain exactly how they are consuming energy, how they're spending. We provide support on that. We help them to understand and assess their situation. We have achieved to bring about a 20% energy saving in most buildings. These are not large investment programs, but we do indeed need to provide support here. And then this part in color, in dark red and in purple. Seeing as there's a lack of public money, most large infrastructure projects have to be thought out with a public-private partnership. So there's technical assistance with the first and the third here, and these are both led through the REDIBA project, the Renewable and Efficiency project of the Deputation of Barcelona. So the main thrust behind this project is the 50 million euro investment target. So each euro that is invested in us, we aim to multiply this by 25 in order to ensure that we reach this much investment. We provide legal support, technical support, and from our province, we accompany them right until the end of the project. So this means right until the end of the tender, right until the very end of the whole project. So it couldn't take 9 months or 2 years, well, whatever it may be. So what exactly have we done? Well, we started with photovoltaic panels. We started renting out municipal roofs, and then there was a roof set aside for a project, and then investment came in, and this paid the rent to the municipality, to the local authorities. You can see that there's a red cross, and so that's because we did that only in the first year. That's how we started. 90% of investment that we wanted initially was based on photovoltaic roof panels. And then I've put 2 pictures here, 2 dramatic images to explain what we've been doing. In the first year, we started with photovoltaic panels, but then we had elections in Spain. The first law of the new government, which was passed in 2012, was the law which put an end to the subsidies set aside for renewable energy. So overnight, our subsidies were cut completely. So in February, we had roughly 10 million euros that were part of the tender, and then from one day to the next, overnight, we lost all of this money all of a sudden. And so we suddenly had to look at urgent measures. We spoke to the European Investment Bank. They were very understanding, and they said, we can give you 1 extra year for this project. And what happened was that this allowed us to reinvent our approach, but given the approach that had been followed up until this time, we saw that we could do a great deal of work that hadn't been done before. We worked on biomass in our area. It's a rural area, so this can help a great deal. It can reduce fire risk, and it also falls in line with the local policies we have. Then we've also refitted buildings. We worked with EPCs. There's maintenance contracts with energy efficiency investments in orange. So basically, this is like an EPC, but it is slightly different in terms of the legal nature of the contract according to Spanish legislation. So if it's less than 4 years, then it's a service contract. Otherwise, it's a mixed contract. But this is just Spanish regulation, basically. Then we have projects that are paid directly by the administration. With biomass, we didn't do EPCs, but we did put in place a bit of some leasing projects. Then this arrow, which goes up to EPC, that didn't actually take place because we weren't able to put in place an EPC. We only managed to receive payments directly from the administrators. For the Elena, it was closed on the 30th of June, so this blocked off the collaboration there. Now, the way we work is the following. The municipality has a certain need. They ask for support from us. They get in touch with us. Then the technical group, we analyze the feasibility on an economic and technical level. If we then see that investments can be made in certain areas, then we meet up with the town hall, the city hall. We present things to them. They decide whether they're going to follow one path or another. They decide whether they're going to follow a project, and if they decide to do so, then we get in touch with the mayor, and this then leverage comes into play here. We achieve the 50 million to be invested. But we need a commitment from the City Hall. If they say that money is going to be invested in a certain area, then as much must be done as possible in order to achieve this investment. So we have this letter, and then we achieve the technical support from Elena. We either carry out this work ourselves or we subcontract it, we outsource it elsewhere. And if we do this, then we work on the level of each municipality. We have contracts which are paid directly by the administration. We also have certain contracts which are put in place, for example, with biomass. When you work through an ESCO or a leasing, then the technical part has to be dealt with, and the economic part, and the procurement as well.
Luego la presentación me parece, pero aquí podéis ver algunos.
You can see some figures there on the screen. This, in particular, we're looking at a leverage of 25. In the street lighting generates more investment, up to 85. Biomass gives us a leverage of the overall aim of 25. PV cells are more complicated. PV cells will disappear, in fact, from this analysis. But the energy efficiency in buildings, with regards to this, what we have seen is that we have 11,000 savings, and the payback is so long, in fact, with such buildings that many of these savings are not achieved in a reasonable time period. We have more than 100 projects, 96 million euros total, leverage achieved of 48 times, energy saved 52.2 gigawatt hours per year, renewable energy production 9.8 gigawatt hours per year. And the projects which we have supported are now coming out, 10 in the pipeline, in fact, and which aren't under the Rediva in this presentation, but nevertheless come under it. Here we can see results by source of funding. And it divides up the funding coming from the authorities themselves, self-financing, and then the public-private partnerships. And when more funds are needed, often the PP partnership is used. Here we can see results by type of technology. We've put a lot of energy into biomass. We believe it's an important area of energy, but the yielding from that is lower than other projects. Here you see on the screen standard parts of an ESCO contract in street lighting, 6 components. Experience has taught us and led us to several conclusions. We don't always include energy in the P1, for example. Energy supply is not always added value, in fact, in this section. If we can improve the supply, this is always good, but actually taking on such an improvement can increase the risk within the project in terms of payback and paying back debts. Part of the savings used to solve electricity safety problems. The contract locks part of the savings to be reinvested in electric safety works based on P6 prices. There are objectives in terms of guaranteed savings, but also if ESCO, and this is number 5 on the screen, this can improve the financial situation. We have a public ESCO here on this case, and a case where the 100% municipality owned is the ESCO. Other aspects. In terms of technical details, in the tender, we have basic study that is done in terms of consumption from a beginning to end date, and then technical specifications, which have certain conditions imposed by the town hall. Can be technical specifications or details and consumption time, etc. Then, if a certain company offers a technological solution within this framework, this can also be accepted. Number 2 on the screen, details provided by ESCOs in their bids. We do a contract for every municipality, and it could be contracts of 9 months, which is normally the minimum period, but it could also last 2 years or longer. So these vary a lot in terms of their duration. So that important points to consider here are not always legal or technical, but also just more mundane points, such as the time of the contract. As Ralph said earlier, another point, conventional banks aren't that active yet in these types of credit lines or operations. This is perhaps a hangover from the crisis, and a lot of credit lines have been cut off due to that. And often it's the technological partner of the ESCO who is involved here. Some more examples. Public lighting projects. You can see the details on the screen there. Biomass thermal use projects now on this slide. And you can see some of the savings there and duration of the contracts. And some savings, for example, saving 40,000 euros a year is a big saving to a lot of municipalities. Payback from renewable energy projects is not, were and still are uncertain. The situation now is that there are certain rules that have been relaxed with regard to that. Conventional banks were offering loans of around 8% interest rates, so this is making it very difficult to access conventional financing. Then the third point. Another difficulty, low debt capacity by local governments. Fourth point, low previous experience of the energy services market for the public sector and lack of clear legal models to promote ESCOs. Other problems, local municipalities have certain synergies that are already in place, and which often makes them resistant to change and unable to adapt or initiate new initiatives quickly. There is often a lack of clear public accounting rules regarding ESCO projects as well. And following legal consultations, you can end up actually with completely different opinions in terms of the form of contracts, whether they are looking at the conventional rules and how you adapt yourselves to these rules or future interpretation of these rules will depend on the end opinion that you receive. Here on this screen we have lessons learnt with our Elena. First point, the case-by-case approach on the external subcontract has allowed to keep the know-how within our administration. If we had done all of this from the beginning, i.e. a subcontract everything from the beginning, we would have not had the transmission of know-how within our administration. And we would have been doing the same things with less money and knowing a lot less about them. The prices which we are given by subcontractors have come down in price. So during the learning curve, we paid more for the studies, and once we had learnt how this works and following an increase in our load, you're able to contract out at lower prices. We now, as a result of that, are able to give added value to such analysis and projects. After all, we're local authorities, so we need external assistance, and learning from our contact with such specialists is very valuable. We have more than 100 projects which the European Investment Bank are in charge of, many subcontractors who have to report to the investment bank, and this implies a lot of difficulties or complications for us. It's normal that we have to justify our investments and all the paperwork that goes with it. And this is difficult when you have over 100 projects in place. But of course, our task is aided by what we have learnt by keeping our know-how in-house. It's important to bear in mind the electoral calendar. Also, because if the town hall staff changes, i.e. change of mayor, leading political party, for example, this can put into jeopardy the investment program. And then if you have an objective of 50 million euros, you need to be clear that you need to cover your bases by aiming for 100 if you have in mind 50. You'll, of course, normally pay more, as is always the case with such projects, and you may have many subcontractors, so aim high in terms of the total investment that you attribute to the project. Final conclusions from the Rediba project now. Although the economical context is very difficult, Rediba has mobilized investments in this province. We're talking about 100 million euros in total. The energy saving potential in public administration is very high. Establishing new models of contracting in public administration does require time, but once the reference projects have been established, the investments can be replicated. Other municipalities, for example, see where projects have been successful and ask for those projects to be repeated in their local areas. Challenges for the near future. Small and medium-sized municipalities are more challenging to achieve investments because of the economy of scale effect. Many, for example, providers of funds prefer to put their money into bigger projects to get a bigger yield. So smaller municipalities can be left a bit by the wayside. Although we have been successful recently, it was hard to achieve to have an EPC in buildings. Financing is not enough at the end of the day. Municipalities need coaching and advice throughout the process, from the beginning to the end, throughout the whole process. A form of accompanying the relevant managers in the public sector throughout the whole process. We also support certain evaluation procedures during the certification process. Other final conclusions on the screen now. When public money is scarce, the public-private cooperation is an efficient way to invest in public administration, if managed correctly. In Brussels, for example, and if you speak to colleagues from other countries in Europe, everyone seems to have the same problem. It's not clear what debt is and what is not debt. So we are pushing for energy efficiency, which is very positive, and we are imposing debt levels, and we need an IPC which ensures that when the project is underway and the investment costs are being paid, your costs do not spiral out of control, and that supplementary costs do not impinge on the project by totaling or increasing the debt to unsustainable levels. Then finally, in terms of economical leverage, this is very useful to make European projects more efficient, but sometimes makes us forget about how an investment high energy saving projects can work and the risks inherent in them. Of course, sometimes there are very interesting projects which require little investment but imply big savings. It could be up to 20%, for example. If you were to consider this, I would advise you to find leverage in your projects, whatever these projects entail. I think this can give you significant momentum. So what about the future now, beyond REDIBA? We will keep the REDIBA TA unit's way of working because it has been very successful. Biomass is key in our province and in our projects. We will focus on solving our shortcomings as well. But we also want to make sure that we do address these challenges. ESCO in buildings, increasing investments in SM municipalities. For example, for smaller municipalities, we could combine our energies and find synergies for greater efficiency. And we need to take advantage of the new technological scenarios that make more projects feasible. For example, in-street lighting projects, LED technology, photovoltaic cells, not as a feed-in tariff investment, but as an energy efficiency measure with self-consumption. And this helps to save money in terms of self-consumption. Then, we will put additional effort on the energy-saving behavioral projects. For example, and I don't know whether this is the case in other areas of Europe, I have seen price reductions and increase of quality of debts within a period of 4 years between, let's say, 2012. And now, I've seen enormous changes. So things can change quickly for the better. That means that certain projects that weren't viable before have now become viable following recalculations and restructuring of debts. There can also be technological advances which can help to make projects viable as well. And it's important to look at how municipalities actually count and take track of the energy they're consuming. So this is energy-saving behavioral projects, as I previously mentioned. Do I have a few more minutes? Yes, okay. Particularities of the biomass tenders promoted by Diputación for own-funded contracts. So what we're trying to do is look at certain aspects set in the tender specifications. And this is taken into consideration during the awarding process for EPC and public funded contracts. So what we can do here more specifically is look at CO2 as one of the main criteria in terms of biomass origin. By establishing a CO2 footprint and a characterization of the tree species, the tenders foster the use of local biomass. So market conditions will also play a role here and determine the particularities of such a local biomass market. Other aspects set in the tenders, a base price being one of those. So, and that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thanks a lot, Albert. Do we have any questions in the room to Albert?
It is the most impressive case study because it's integrated approach, and at the same time it's the most complex way to make energy efficiency projects. It's of course very well known your work in the region of Barcelona. We have collaborated in SEA Plus project together. I'm from EPTA SA, the technical consultant. The only question that I think it's more interesting for us right now is how is the market in terms of the public lighting, because there was the most heavy investment, how is the market ready to undertake such kind of contracts? It was a ready market, they have local companies that were interested, only international companies. What is the status of the market?
So I guess I would say it was not ready. It is ready now. I mean, we have made 20 tender calls. All have been have get bites from companies, mainly. In our case, in other parts of Spain, maybe it's a little bit different, but in our case, mainly are local, but local it means not local, as Spanish companies or Catalan companies, but that they used to work with maintenance works, and now they have realized that if they want to still work on public lighting, they have to add an added value to the maintenance, that is the energy savings and then energy management. So usually, the main part of the companies that have been bidding and also have been awarded have these local maintenance companies. Then also some utilities as well, that they bid as an utility with a technological partner. That also has happened, and I think right now that it's really a mature market. The only risk that they have, of course, it's the thing about the financing the projects, because they have to finance it with their own resources. Of course, if you are not the biggest company in Spain, you can have 2-3 contracts at the same time, and then you run out of money. So the company that wins 3 contracts, we just can't forget about them, even if they are really good, because they don't have money. They go to the bank, and the bank say, we don't lend you money for this. But now it's really a mature market.
Any other questions? In that case, I had a question for Albert. I was wondering, one of the things that's striking is you say you've had 20 calls for tenders, at least for energy performance contracting. Have you ever thought of putting them together so that they're bigger and you spend less time and efforts? I mean, why did you do everything one by one, which seems to be very tedious?
Yeah, that's one of the issues that we were discussing quite often, especially at the beginning with the European Investment Bank. It has there is different reasons why we've finally worked like this. One main reason is that Diputació always has worked like this. So it means that it's also, I told you, we worked like this, and it's quite difficult to change the way we work, and we have to change it in just 3 years, and it has to work, and we have to match the target of investment. So the easy way was to work like this. But then also because we think that we can make a tailored project for each municipality, we don't have to wait, because we were getting the support applications from the municipality during the whole project. I mean, now we have 20, but not 20 tender calls started at the same time. So they were arriving, we were giving support to them, we could not wait for another. No, let's wait and let's see if we receive another tender, another application support. So it's just a mix of factors. At the end, maybe, yeah, we think that that's really has an added value. It's more complex for us, it's more complex for European Investment Bank, but we really think that has an added value. It's true also that maybe somebody can argue that with a bundled tender call, we would get better prices. It could be, but that's how we worked.
And in terms of financing the ESCOs, do you know a bit how they finance? Is it all equity, or do they get bank loans? And have you been, because we had the example of Milan this morning, where they've actually been working in advance with the EIB, so that in order to secure credit lines for ESCOs, has there been such a reflection in Barcelona?
No. I don't know if you also remember, Ralph told this morning that they have had problems with intermediate banks. They were lending them money, and then the money was not arriving to the real economy. So we had one of these. We were one of these unsuccessful examples on this specifically, because we got 200, not we, the local banks. Two local banks got 250 millions ready to make investments. So when we started Elena, our project would say, okay, that will be easy. We have the money there placed, just waiting for the investments to arrive. We will just pull out investments, and then everything will match, like your presentation, everything will match. And then when we arrive, we see that we have round and square things and don't match. So this intermediate loan didn't work. And then, as I told, really the ESCOs didn't have access to the conventional banking. They have these credit lines, old credit lines, but ex novo financing for ESCOs was non-existent. We have the case of the biggest ESCO project that we had in street lighting. They had a prearranged agreement with the bank, but then, yeah, it's also, I don't know if you know a little bit the story of Spain in these last years. Everything happened in the middle of a big restructuration of the banking sector. So they were worried with a lot of things and not with energy efficiency. There were a lot of banks disappeared, and so this ESCO had a prearranged agreement with the bank, and then when they already won the contract, the bank said, no, we cannot finance it. And luckily, the technological partners say, okay, don't worry, we make you an internal leasing, you pay me back. So we didn't have any successful financing story, ex novo financing story. And we were talking to the banks, we were meeting capital risk funds, we were talking to everybody several times, and it didn't work. Maybe now the things will start to change a little bit, because Ralph also said that they are start to at least listen at these things. We will see.
Does anybody have a question? You're all waiting for the coffee break? Okay, well, in that case, I'd like to ask you to give a clap for Albert, and thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you. And sorry to the translators, because I was too fast at the beginning.
we had this call, as you know, calling for mention of this before, you know, how we feel about science structures, procedures, preparations, which will.
What happened in the other?
We got two proposals here, both one was the reason because it was too focused on a specific sector, and it was led by the technical sector. So it was too biased. And the second was simply too weak. It was run by all sorts of energy agencies. So it did have one energy authority, but it got stopped in those two weeks. So it's a pity, but
Do you know what we're doing now as well? I don't know if you heard from the Energy. We're setting up a kind of informal network, like we have had in the environment, in the area for environment investments for many years.
the platform, so what?
No, not the platform, not just my specialization platform, but something we call, what do we call it now? Energy. We have actually member states nominate one representative of the national energy authorities and one representative of the managing authority. And then we will meet twice a year probably. So
4 times a year? Twice
a year, probably, yes. So we will, I mean, this kind of thing I think we can also have on the agenda. We will have a much better, let's say, dissemination, but network basically to discuss these kind of things and because the problem is probably, I mean, like we have discussed before, that the regional people, let's say, have not really been so much
they don't understand
with the
the different priorities,
people,
whatever, sure.
And now with the increased allocations, etc., in all member states.
It's just, I mean, why we do it, why we didn't see that here, for example, it's very, as you can see, it's very practical somehow. And I think that is also missing probably for these regional people who are actually then designing the nitty-gritty structures.
So I see that Maud's manager, she's long, I see. This is what I'll put online. This is what she'll probably use, right? No, and then Renner says not final. Huh?
I think there will be around 200 operational programs now.
please. Can you make a call? Somebody has forgotten that in the Brussels room.
All right, okay.
Okay?
Just a very quick question.
Quickest way.
Yeah, okay, I'll do it.
Brussels
You have to
room.
find this thing on the computer. When or how do we lodge it?
You are number 3. Yes. I have to go.
Let's just check.
I have to go here, and we go to the PowerPoints, and then we find yours. It's actually.
Why don't you close the others?
Because it's still web streamed.
Okay, and for the translation as well.
And for the translation as well. I think we'll make a start there.
I thought there were a few, but it's not so long.
No, I mean in the last session there were around 70 people, over 70 people still, which is could be better, but it's not. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can you please take a seat? We've got our final closing session after these individual sessions where you had a lot of practical experience from the projects. And now we're going a little bit on a, higher level, if you like, looking at the funding opportunities, amongst others, and the support mechanisms which we have at European level for you. So if you want to replicate one of these projects, and we hope you do, then you will be interested in the kind of presentations that are following now. But before I go there, I have to make an announcement because somebody has lost his bag. It looks like that. It looks like there's a laptop in it. So, I mean, if you have lost it in the Brussels room, then you can actually pick it up, not here, but later on, okay? Good. All right, so without further ado, I pass on the floor to the first speaker. I'd like to introduce her. It's Maud Scaringer from DG Regional and Urban Policy. And she has been in the European Commission since 1995, already a long time, and she's working as a policy analyst in the field of regional policy, focusing on promoting sustainable energy and in particular energy efficiency and renewable energies in the regional development context. So she's quite familiar with the energy topic, but in the perspective from DG Regio. Maud, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The first challenge is to turn on the microphone. Yeah, it's on. Okay. Thanks a lot. I will talk to you a little bit about the cohesion policy investments in this area in energy efficiency and renewables. And the overall context, I mean, is the EU budget, of course, and you know that in the new 7-year period starting this year, so 2014 up to 2020, there is a large focus on energy investments linked to the 2020 climate and energy targets and so on. So I will talk about cohesion policy, but just to say that the wider picture is also from the EU budget Horizon 2020, which we will hear about a little bit later this afternoon, with also a large focus on research and innovation in energy, and the new instrument, the Connecting Europe facility, which will also invest in energy infrastructure. But I will focus here now for 10 minutes on the cohesion policy, and for those of you who are not familiar with this, just to show you a little bit what this is. It's a broad policy covering the whole of Europe. We're working towards the Europe 2020 goals, investing in a wide range of areas, let's say. So we are talking about a focus on growth and jobs, climate change, energy, as I already mentioned, and also to reduce poverty and social inclusion and on skills and so on. So I'm talking about 3 different funds here: the European Regional Development Fund, the Cohesion Fund, and the European Social Fund. And all in all, this is for the 7-year period around 352 billion euros from the EU budget. And this funding is concentrated in the less developed regions, so the red, the darker areas on the map here. This is where the main share of this funding is going, but there are investments in all parts of Europe, as I said. And we are working, as I said, then on a very broad investment policy. So with all 3 dimensions of Europe 2020: smart, sustainable, and inclusive. And from the Regional Development Fund, we are trying a little bit a new approach, let's say, in the new period to trying to concentrate the funds more. So the first 4 so-called thematic objectives here on the list: research and innovation, ICT, SME competitiveness, and this shift to a low-carbon economy where the energy efficiency and renewables investments will happen. These are the 4 areas where the main share of this regional development fund has to concentrate the investment. So we are trying to have more, let's say, impact of the policy by concentrating more. So you see, it's a very broad, integrated, place-based policy, in investing in an integrated way in a wide, let's say, range of areas. And we are working in a system that we call shared management with the member states. So it's not the project applications are not assessed by the Commission in Brussels, but we are rather working with so-called partnership agreements and operational programs. So we are right now finalizing these partnership agreements, one with each member state. We have, for the new period, we have 16 out of the 28 member states adopted already, and the remaining ones soon to be adopted. And then this is followed by concrete, as we call, operational programs. There will be, for the Regional Development Fund and Cohesion Fund, there will be some around 200 such operational programs across the EU. And here it really depends on the, let's say, institutional setup or administrative structure of each member state. In some countries like Estonia or Denmark, or rather small countries in general, you will find one single operational program covering the whole member state. In a country like Germany or Spain or Poland, you will have often a mix, either only completely regional operational programs or a mix of national operational programs and regional ones. So it will be a bit different. And these programs are managed by so-called managing authorities in the member states and regions. So it can often be a national or regional ministry for finance or regional development or something like this. So this is really where, if you have want to see what is, let's say, possible in your area, in your given place, you will have to see which are the relevant operational programs, contact the managing authorities and so on. And there, my presentation will be available to everybody, and at the end you will have links to our website and so on. So there you can find a list of managing authorities and see who to contact. So it's really on the basis of these partnership agreements and programs which set out the strategy and the content for the 7-year period. On this basis, the member states will then select and implement projects then in line with these priorities. And this funding, this 352 billion euros from the EU budget that I mentioned, it's always complemented by national and private co-financing, and Ralph from the EIB also mentioned in the morning that the EIB can possibly also lend money to the member states for the national co-financing part and so on. And there are also special rules in the regulatory framework for revenue generating projects, which is also relevant for many of the investments in this area we are talking about here now, so the energy area. This new approach that I mentioned, that we are focusing the Regional Development Fund on a limited number of areas, let's say. Another novelty is that for these investments to support the shift to a low carbon economy, we have in the new regulatory framework minimum shares, minimum percentages for different types of regions. So every region, every member state rather, will have to invest regional development fund in this area. So this means this is a bit preliminary because all these partnership agreements that I mentioned are not yet adopted, but we are seeing a global picture. We are seeing a doubling of these kind of investments, and there you will see a little bit member state by member state, because it will depend on the increase will depend a little bit how large the focus was on this area already in the previous period, let's say. And we are talking about some 38 billion euros in total. It's still an estimate, as I said, from the EU budget to work on energy efficiency and renewable energy, also smart grids at the distribution level. This also includes sustainable urban mobility, and it also includes research and innovation in those areas. So a complementarity here with Horizon 2020 is very important, of course. What we will also have in complementarity with the Connecting Europe facility, we will also have some investments mainly in less developed regions to work more on infrastructure investments, so also storage and transmission systems. Here we have some very preliminary estimate. Maybe we are talking about some 2 billion euros here, and it's not all member states. It's only a relatively limited number of member states actually who will use the ERDF in this area. And then the social fund also importantly will be able to support also that, of course, that people have the skills needed to do all these works, basically, to carry out all these investments. We need, of course, people also with the right skills. So this is also important type of investment. And what we have been stressing very much already in the previous period, and now we are trying to improve the framework, is, of course, and this has been discussed already earlier today, and I think also in all the project presentations, that of course this public funding has to be, the support has to be designed in such a way to see where are the gaps, why doesn't it happen, how can we put in a bit of public funding to trigger something to happen, and the aim is then really to leverage, to get the private funding basically to happen, so to get market trigger here somehow. So we are very much encouraging to move away, let's say, from a traditional grant-based approach and to work more with, to use this cohesion policy funding to set up different types of financial instruments, so to work more with loans or guarantees or different types of construction. Also, ESCOs can be used and so on. We have also heard about these kind of arrangements in some of the presentations today. But of course, there is still room for grants as a complement to when you are working more on social objectives, where you are working more on the research and innovation side, or when you go for very ambitious renovations, for example, deep renovations to really go beyond the, let's say, legal level. So this can be designed really what is suitable for the national and regional needs in different places and for different types of investments. So to sum up, when all these operational, the new ones will be in place, what we will need, of course, is focus on implementation to really use all this funding well. So we will have a need for a really good quality project pipeline, and this has also been, I mean, the subject very much of today, and to get inspiration from each other and so on. And I think we will need also to really encourage working together, let's say the regional development people and the energy people, let's say in the member states and regions to come to this good implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Maud, for this presentation. Just for your information, we will have a question and answer session later on. We do like Brussels Marathon last weekend, a marathon of 4 presentations now, 10 minutes each. And hopefully, if the speakers stick to the time, we have got plenty of time for you later on to ask. So please keep your question in mind, write it down, and you can ask one of the speakers or some of the speakers later on. I also want to just make the remark that Maud has got a much longer presentation which she submitted to us, which has got much more details, and we will make that also available. So when you download her presentation from the internet, then it will be actually not only the slides you've seen now, but it will be more comprehensive, so it's worth looking at. Okay, our next speaker is now coming from the Deutsche Bank, who is actually managing the EEF facility. And I've got the pleasure to announce Zapana Signor, and she has been working on the European Energy Efficiency Fund since its inception, which is an investment vehicle dedicated to finance energy efficiency and renewable energy projects in the EU 28 member states. And you heard already some reference to the EEF facility. For example, the colleagues from the Rhône-Alpes region had it in the presentation. So it will be interesting to hear, Zapana, what you can tell us about the EEF.
Is it on a desktop or? Okay. All right. Perfect. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks, Martin. I would like to speak just briefly about the European Energy Efficiency Fund and introduce it to you as a funding vehicle to finance projects. So what is the EEF about? The EEF's objective is it's a public-private partnership. So basically bringing the private sector and the public sector together to invest in climate change. It is a market-based financing, meaning that it has commercial bank rates. The beneficiaries of the fund are municipalities, local or regional authorities, or any other kind of public authority existing, I would say, and of course also beneficiaries from the private sector who are basically working for the municipality or the public authority. So in which way? I mean, this could be, for example, a utility company, this could be an ESCO, so there needs to be some sort of, let's say, contractual agreement, if it's in the form of an energy performance contract or anything like that, that would qualify for funding for a EEF. We have got 265 million, which was the initial capital of the fund, provided by the European Commission, the European Investment Bank, and Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. And we're focusing on 3 technologies or 3 areas, not technologies, areas, which would be energy efficiency, which is actually making the biggest part of our fund. It's energy efficiency. And then we have got renewable energy up to 20% and 10% clean urban transport. So any kind of projects, let's say, for example, car sharing or public transportation or anything like that. So when does a project qualify for EAF funding? That's probably interesting to you. So your project needs to have some sort of a public link. I was mentioning it earlier. Either, for example, we provide directly a loan to the municipality or the city or whatever level it would be, or it can be also a private partner from the industry who is basically implementing the measures, for example, an ESCO or another company. Then, of course, the public authority needs to commit to mitigate climate change. I mean, if, for example, it is a covenant of mayors member, we would highly welcome that. If not, that's fine too. I mean, we need to at least see some sort of a written commitment that the municipality is engaged in climate change mitigation. The projects need to at least deliver 20% energy savings, that's important, or CO2 savings. And the technology needs to be proven. So whatever is already in the market and established would qualify. And then, of course, every technology has specific eligibility criteria. They are covered, for example, in the EU legislation and directives. And in general, the sizes of the projects need to be between 5 to 25 million. We have also looked into smaller projects. For example, I'll talk about it in a bit. The University of Munich project, which is 600,000 only. It's a building retrofit project. So with the smaller projects, we need to review them on a case-by-case basis. But normally, we would focus from 5 million above. So what typical projects have we seen so far? But probably before talking about that, it's important to mention, I mean, we would like to get involved as early as possible in the projects. So before March 2014, we had a technical assistance facility available in order to cover development costs. So for example, energy audits or feasibility studies or preparation of tender procedure. But that ran out. We had a facility of 20 million, 18 million out of those 20 million have been used or just about to be used. So it's unfortunately not available. But we're happy to connect you with Adrien from, for example, the MLAI PDE facility. So that's why it would be great if we could actually get involved as early in the process as possible. The typical projects, what we have seen so far, we have projects in the building area, so typical building app or retrofit projects, if let's say lighter or deeper retrofits, everything is possible. Then we've seen projects in the street lighting area where, for example, a city or a municipality has replaced their street lighting with, for example, the LED technology. We have also closed projects in the biomass area. So here, for example, we have 2 projects in France with Dalkia for the city of Orléans and the city of Rennes. And we have seen also photovoltaic projects which are in development. Regarding the structure, so what do we provide? We can, I mean, it depends really on the project, what is needed. So we can provide senior debt, we can provide equity, we can also provide other structures. For example, I'm sure like some of you or most of you are familiar with the ESCO structures and the performance contracting. So we can even buy receivables from an ESCO. But I'll explain that in a second. Yeah, I didn't want to bore you with a lot of facts or information. I just wanted to give you 2 examples. So what can we do concretely for you? Here we have got the example of the city of Venlo. We have provided the city with 8.5 million for public lighting projects. So they have taken on this loan and are about to subsequently do all sorts of public lighting replacements, mostly focused on the LED technology. Yeah, it's a typical municipal or let's say public loan. So the city of Venlo is our counterparty. They got the loan. We do get, of course, a reporting on the savings realized. I mean, as you can see here on the results in the upper box, the primary energy savings are supposed to be 62%. So this is an estimation from day one. So in the coming years, we will see how much they will be. They need to be above 20%. And yeah, that's this project. Then the last one which I wanted to raise here is also like a short, let's say a short structure, is the University of Munich, which I already introduced earlier. So it's a typical building retrofit project. They have replaced the windows, the lighting, they have done building mantling, and they got 600,000. That was one of the first projects. Here the structure works the way that we haven't provided the university with the money directly. We have provided it to the ESCO, which is Johnson Controls, and we bought basically the receivables which will be generated through the energy savings in the next 10 years. Right, I mean, that's it from my side. I have just like one more page here. So if you have some concrete projects and you're interested in funding from the EAF, you can just go to the website. There's a so-called eligibility check with just some very, let's say, initial information which we need, and then we will contact you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zapana. We'll move on to the next speaker, who is actually who has got a background in the financing and banking sector for over 20 years, but he's actually not coming from a financial institution. He's representing the Covenant of Mayors, and if you wonder, you know, what it has to do in this composition of the panel amongst the financial institutions and grant givers, grant providers here, I think it's important. Well, he will explain, but it's important that the Covenant of Mayors has also some support mechanisms for you to help you to achieve your investments and help you specifically with the steps before the financing actually comes about. I'll pass on the floor to Tomasz.
Thank you, Martin.
Tomasz.
I will try to give you a very brief overview of the current status of the Covenant and what we try to do after having some successes in Europe. Currently, there are about 6,000 signatories of the Covenant of Mayors. And the signatories from the European Union represent about 1/3 of the European population. So it's a quite significant figure. Clearly, there are differences in geographic terms. There are some countries where they have a much higher penetration of the Covenant. From the bigger countries, it is Spain and Italy, but there are also other countries which have clearly above average penetration, like Latvia or Denmark. Quite a large percentage of the signatories have already adopted their sustainable energy action plans. Basically, by signing the Covenant, they commit to create a sustainable energy action plan and then monitor the implementation of it. And very important players in this universe are the Covenant coordinators and supporters who assist signatories in certain regions or in countries with these activities, which are clearly not always in the core competencies of every municipality traditionally. Some illustrative issues on this next slide. There are a couple of issues which are familiar to most of you, and there are some issues which are more specific. Everyone knows about public budget cuts, and there are also issues with project generation ability. This is one of the areas we are targeting to enhance this ability, because clearly there is a big difference between spending money and a good building and spending money with a view to have it repaid by savings, let's say from energy efficiency. There is a lot of economic investment potential, so it's not bad business financially. It can make financial sense if it's done properly. For this, a couple of things are needed, as shown in the middle. Political support, which is demonstrated by signing the Covenant of Mayors and by delivering on the commitments. Preparing the baseline, which is one of the not easy tasks at the beginning. So what is the current status, which also, of course, implies what can be done in the action plan. And then to prepare the specific actions, capacity building and networking is needed. Beyond capacity building, I would also stress the importance of networking with peers and others to cooperate, because clearly that is a very important factor in achieving results, i.e. utilizing EU funds and private financing as well. So political commitment is definitely very important in this regard, and this is an important aspect of the Covenant of Mayors. In terms of finance, we are trying to assist to gain knowledge of various financial aspects, best practices done in certain places, hopefully places similar to the target audience. So we have country-specific webinars, for instance. In this regard, we try to help to understand the own status, the partnership opportunities and the requirements of various partners to cooperate, the EU and national finance programs, and understand the views of leading professionals and peers who are more advanced potentially in some topics. We are doing it via different tools, like capacity building events, which may include physical workshops, may include also webinars, which have a couple of advantages, clearly, both from a cost and accessibility point of view. And also there are online publications and online tools. We definitely do not want to reinvent the wheel. We want to utilize the knowledge accumulated by various EU and other projects. An example listed here is Infinite Solutions, which is about revolving funds, which is one of the high potential financial mechanisms to create large-scale changes. But there are also other Intelligent Energy Europe projects as well. And if you have any best practices to share, do not be shy. Contact us, and we are glad to share it with the community. Some examples of webinars, workshops this year. There have been webinars on cohesion policy funds for building renovation, innovative procurement, MLEI and PDA facility in Italy. And there will be, for instance, in October, perhaps this is the next webinar of us, is about public lighting best practices in Spain. This will be in Spanish. And we also have workshops, like there will be on an energy security context tomorrow. And there are regional, or there have been regional workshops. There have been at the end of September in Spain. We are having one in Italy in November. These are in local languages, also in Latvia and Germany and other events, Central European. Online publications and tools concentrate on EU funding opportunities, innovative financial instruments, and these are, again, we are utilizing knowledge created and information accumulated by leading players. So this is a very brief overview to stay within the limits, and I'm happy to try to answer your questions after the sessions.
Thank you, Tamas. Just to make the remark, I think the Covenant of Mayors cannot be underestimated in terms of its movement for the kind of political commitment it creates also for the European level. 6,000 signatories are quite substantial, but also it creates this momentum at local level. And I would like just to say that in the Intelligent Energy Europe program, we have actually supported over 1,000 municipalities over the past years in helping them in their energy planning, developing their local energy plan, which includes baseline emission inventory, so assessing the energy saving potentials, which are some of the crucial steps before you actually come to the investment. So I think it's a very important initiative, and it's also a very good example. If you do want to kick off financing projects in your area, you need political commitment, you need to know where you go, and that is 2 steps which are really fundamental before you can make financing investment programs, basically. Okay, so the last speaker, last but not least, is my colleague Stefan Renner, and he will talk about Horizon 2020, the energy efficiency call. Stefan joined us in 2012, and he has in his portfolio projects in the areas of energy services, heating and cooling, local energy leadership, and sustainable mobility. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin. And I just continue where we stopped. So tomorrow we have this large conference on energy security organized by the Covenant of Mayors, and it's not a coincidence that it's organized by the Covenant of Mayors, because sustainable energy, as we know, is a key solution to energy security. And what I'm just want to give you in this last presentation, and congratulations for staying with us until now, is only one message. So we started with saying that there's funding available, and funding is not the problem. Well, I want to close or have the last presentation with saying, well, even grant money is available, and we're really encouraging you to hand in innovative projects to this Horizon 2020 facility. I work with a lot of colleagues of mine in this executive agency for small and medium-sized enterprises, as it's called now. And we have been managing the Intelligent Energy Europe program, and now we're managing the Horizon 2020 program, and I will give you a very brief overview of what we offer in terms of funding, and if you're interested, you can of course get back to us. So quickly, if you are a public authority or a consultant working with public authorities and you want to exchange information with them and increase the capacity of local authorities, then this could be interesting for you. So it's really increasing the capacity of local authorities. If you want to work with stakeholders, E9. So again, to explain to you, this is the topics in the call, and you can find this then in the participant portal in this headline. If you work with stakeholders, want to bring together the different stakeholders to increase the capacity, or to work with public authorities, this could be your funding opportunity. But I want to focus on the financing bit. And here we have basically three topics. The first one is E19, and only you have different subtopics, but only one I want to highlight here, where this year we haven't received enough good proposals, and this is the one where we encourage the different member states to come up with sustainable energy financing platforms. So the idea is to set up a platforms that develop, for example, roadmaps, brings together stakeholders, improves the legal framework. So that's something where we are encouraging you to talk with your peers and develop projects. The E21 would be on the one hand energy services, but also on the replication of successful solutions that exist already. So we heard today in the different panels, in the parallel sessions, that we have solutions, that we have interesting ideas, and this is just to replicate them and to spread them across Europe. And what was mentioned in the morning by my colleague Adrien Boulier was the project development assistance. And this is E20, and also in this topic, I encourage you to propose, if you are trying to develop a project, if you're both a public or a private entity, and you try to develop an innovative sustainable energy project, and it triggers between 60 to 50 million of investments, then you can hand in a proposal, and we would give you grant money to develop, to sort of be the missing link, as Adrien said in the morning, between the project idea and the financing, to develop the technical, we give you the money for the technical, for the financial assistance, for the technical development. The proposal should have, of course, sort of an innovative character, because we don't have, in the overall budget is not enough to pay for every project, every technical assistance in Europe, but of course we want to showcase the innovative examples and lead to the dissemination of these ideas in other member states. There is this leverage factor, 1 to 15, meaning €1 of European public funding should lead to 15 euros of investments. What I heard today, for example, from the project in Barcelona was that should not be a problem. Usually you have much more investments. And this is, of course, complementing to the EIB Elena facility, which is also financed by Intelligent Energy Europe and Horizon 2020. So facts and figures, the call opens on the 10th of December. So from the 10th of December, you can hand in your proposal. The deadline is the 4th of June. There is close to 60 million of budget. That's sort of the figures. And if you are interested, you can already now have a look at the different topics in detail. You can go to the participant portal, you type in EE, you go to the status forthcoming, and then you see on the one hand PDA, market uptake, energy efficiency PDA on your right side, or what is called societal challenges, energy efficiency market uptake. So you can have a look at them, at the different topics in detail. And if you have questions, you can contact us, sending us an email. You can look at different innovative examples also at the website of the Manage Energy Initiative. It's manageenergy.net, where we have a lot of interesting examples across Europe from regions, cities that develop innovative, interesting projects. And so thank you for the attention, and please send us your interesting projects. Thanks.
Great. So we're moving on to the question and answer session, but before, just one additional remark here. So as Stefan said, for the Horizon 2020 call energy efficiency, where you can find these topics which were just presented, we have got a call deadline which is on the 4th of June. If you are interested to submit something to Elena facility from the EIB, that's an open call, so you can actually submit any day if you like. And we had some project examples today from Elena. I think with EEF it's the same, it's an open call, so there are different kind of deadlines if you like, or no deadlines for EEF and Elena. Okay, good. So we had 4 presentations. Are there any questions to the speakers? I see one here. Maybe we can collect 2-3 questions and then we will kick off.
Hi, my name is Eric Berman, and I represent Renesco, probably the first and until now still the only residential ESCO in Europe. We're based in Latvia, and we have so far renovated 16 buildings, invested about 5 million euros in typical low-quality Soviet-era housing stock. This is about innovative financing, and I've heard many times today said that money is not a problem, money is available. However, I want to ask here, is it intentionally or unintentionally, or is it understood that it seems that private initiatives, private ESCOs, are entirely locked out of receiving any form of finance or support? If we renovate buildings as a private company, and we use also structural grants when they are available, which are necessary especially for Eastern European housing stock because it's in such a bad state. At that moment, we seem to be totally disqualified from any type of financing, any types of loans, forfeiting deals, whatever. The EIB can't finance us, I understand. The EEF cannot finance us. Nobody can actually provide the financing, while we have proven that we do probably the best renovations in Europe, very high energy savings, 60–70%, very high customer satisfaction. Everybody who sees what we do loves our project and says, wow, this is great, whoa, this should be financed. And also a lot of talk about private sector involvement when talking about financing, the European Commission, and how often I hear we would like private sector involvement. We are the private sector, and we have a very good pipeline of projects and very good cash flows, very steady. We will probably have to close our company this year because we cannot continue renovating buildings. Though we have the buildings ready, the projects ready, contracts signed, grants approved, we cannot move on. We have privately tried to hold on, but we cannot. And it's, we are very sad about this. And I really would like to understand why we as a social enterprise are not allowed to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Somebody else? Or should we take this question and you can think? Nobody right now, so maybe, you know, take this time when we answer this question to think of more questions. You partially answered your question yourself, I think, when you said that you can't receive financing from EEF or EIB. So I can just say from Horizon 2020, I mean, the project development assistance, what we do, this is in fact open to private entities. So there is actually support to private entities to develop bankable projects. That's technical assistance. It's not financing. Sorry?
We have the bankable projects already.
Yeah, yeah. Good. Exactly. You need the financing streams for the investment, basically, isn't it?
We need capital.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. All right.
We have private bank participation.
Yes.
We only do until
good.
So much.
Yeah.
60–70%, and the rest.
Okay. Yes. So I mean, for Horizon 2020, as I said, for what we do, I mean, there will be technical assistance, and you might have read the call, and you may know what we can do and what we do. I don't know if somebody else from DG Regio, Maud?
Yeah, so for the cohesion policy funding, as I said, there will always need to be we have the shared management system, so you will need the analysis at the national or even regional level. What is the situation, where are the gaps, and so on. So, and there it will be defined in the respective operational programs how the support will be designed. So there, I think there is no exclusion a priori. I mean, it's not a question of supporting. Maybe in some member states, in different member states, it will work differently. But from the regulatory framework at the European level, there is a lot of support to companies as such. But what we are talking about here, I think the main aim is not to support the company, but to get the buildings renovated. So it's from a different angle, let's say. But there you will have different. The funding will be allocated in different ways in different member states, and taking into account the regulatory framework and so on. But then you can also get in touch with me directly if you want, because I have colleagues who are more, let's say, specialists on the setup of financial instruments with co-financing from our funds. So I'm not an expert on the details there.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, sorry to hear. Obviously, that's like not just about a project. It's also about like people working there and everything, and that's bad enough to hear that. I mean, from the EEF, you're absolutely right. I mean, our investment guidelines say go to the public market or the public sector. Why? I mean, probably it's important to understand why. So basically, the idea of the European Commission, and probably the colleagues from Stefan can confirm that, the idea is where is the biggest potential for energy efficiency? The biggest potential is, first of all, in the public sector. So we're talking about schools, hospitals, universities, like all sorts of bigger buildings which are run 24/7. So that's where the idea comes, you know, where the public sector should be supported. And yeah, regarding the private projects, I think the residential area is, I mean, it's not a scope of the fund.
Are large apartment buildings not run 24/7?
Okay.
They are, but yeah, but it's no comparison. No, of course. There are like also some private schemes, for example, like, I mean, I know that Deutsche Bank has set up a fund for Northern America. It's about 600 million focused on private sector, so basically residential buildings and corporate buildings. But I think this is more like a private initiative, and I know, I mean, it is a fact that it's really young in the market, so.
I think your message is taken, you know. The colleagues here will take it away, and as was offered, I mean, there are other colleagues within DG Regio, for example, who can look at specifically the cohesion funds, and you know, they will see how your point can be basically addressed. Okay, but I think it's quite political, and I see your point, but I guess we won't definitely find an answer here in this panel, you know. Is there any? I would like to invite the other people from the audience. If there are any questions, please, can you raise your hand? There's a gentleman there, and then over there. Oh, so well, we have got time, so we take the two questions.
Sorry, I would like to know something more about the cooperation or the link between the new PDA and EEF technical assistance, because I was thinking that within EEF there was still technical assisting granted, but it doesn't exist anymore.
No. Correct. So the European Energy Efficiency Fund had technical assistance available until March 2014, so just recently. It got closed because obviously it's a European Commission funding and it's always limited to a certain point. And as I said, we have used about 18 million of it. So right now, the European Energy Efficiency Fund doesn't have its own technical assistance facility, but we're working on it. But in the meantime, I mean, whenever there are project requests, we are forwarding them to PDA. So there is a very tight cooperation between us.
Okay, thank you. There was the gentleman there.
Hello. My name is Bernhard Ardijn. I work for B Crown Advisors, a small financial company, and we are investigating the renovation of school buildings, which can be either privately owned by non-profit organizations or from the public sector, like communities and so on. And we encounter some of the negative impacts of rules. I saw in one of the presentations that you cannot support if it is just to obtain a level of support necessary to attain the target levels that are already in the regulations or in the legislation. This is one aspect. If the goal is to reduce energy, the support should be there, I think, whatever the current status of the legislation is. That is one aspect. The other aspect is I see the public authorities, and I talk about Belgium because I'm not an expert of public finance in other countries, but we see that the municipalities are faced with the statistical rules of Eurostat, which does not allow them to have more public debt, since the country is at its ceiling. This means that if you do a simple financial construction, you increase the public debt, and so the finance minister will block the projects. And these are all European legislations. So my question is, do you also think about rules and regulations and the impact on energy saving policies? Thank you.
I think maybe the first part there was come from my presentation, and I think I went a bit quickly, so there is a bit of a misunderstanding, I think, when you talk about going beyond legal minimum requirements. First of all, this is what I said here, it's, let's say, policy guidance. It's not the regulatory framework. So the regulatory framework itself is the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive that sets certain minimum levels if you do a major renovation of a building. What I was talking about was, let's say, policy guidance for what we think is optimal use of this cohesion policy funding from the EU budget. And there, the point was rather than that you would think that it's useful to work with loans or guarantees or something like that, but that to design, I mean, again, looking at the national or regional market, so it will look different in different places, and it will be different for public buildings, residential buildings, commercial buildings, and so on. But to work, for example, with a loan for the part which comes to the legal minimum required level, and then you could possibly top it up with the grants to go beyond, to come to these deep renovation levels. So this is a bit the point, that you would use the grants in a way to trigger investments which are more ambitious, more long-term thinking. So this is what I meant.
Thank you. A final question, I think, and then we would close the session. If there is a final question, if not, then... Oh, sorry, second part. Yeah.
The public debt.
Public debt, okay, good.
It's not.
Yeah, it's off balance sheet and on balance sheet, basically, of public authority and the national regulation, basically, you have in your countries. I mean, you're not the only country in Belgium that has national legislation in place where public authorities are disallowed to borrow, basically, specifically for these energy efficiency schemes. But to be honest, I mean, I'm not an expert on the policy side, you know. I don't know if any of my colleagues has got any remark to make. Yes.
Just also on this, we are aware of this problem because we've been hearing it for 2 years, I think. We're going to all different places and we always hear that this is a problem. And we are, from our side, and you have to understand the Commission is not the Commission, there's many different people working on it. From our side, we are working on this, but this is a very complex matter. It's not only the energy field, it's a very difficult and therefore complex. So even if we work on it, it doesn't mean that things change overnight. And for the colleague from the rescue company, this is just one comment. This is very sort of sad to hear also, as you said, that because we are from the Intelligent Energy Europe program and now Horizon 2020, we are a market uptake program. So we are not the banks. We cannot give you the financing. So this is more, I think it's more a banking, a lending problem than a problem of project development assistance. And so sort of we cannot offer you more because this is what we do. We have projects on exchanging good practice and developing project pipelines. If you have the pipeline, sort of you're not a target group of us. You have to go now to the banks, and if there is a problem, and I understand also this is something what we are aware that we still have a crisis out there, and we still have maybe the bankers can talk more about it, but we have also a financing crisis and a lending crisis out there. So they're very limited that we can do on this.
Can I just add to the question of this gentleman in the back? I mean, I think what you will also get out of these project development assistance projects, which are supported through the ELENA and the MLEI facilities, is actually some solutions to what you're addressing. Because I mentioned the Italian case, and there are a lot of projects right now in Italy from public authorities, be it on local or regional level, that are doing the investments and that they need to come up with a financing scheme. And they have got this barrier, as you described, and they are trying to be quite inventive to get around this barrier. And I think some projects like the Milan case are a bit more advanced, and some are still in the pipeline of producing the results, but they all, you know, these projects in Italy all have this kind of problem, so they try to work on the solution. So I think if you bear with us a little bit, then you might get actually some practical solutions solutions. And another, the colleague from Lithuania was also talking about this off-balance or on-balance sheet issue. So, I mean, they also found I can't remember his exact words, what he said, but he thought also it was not the kind of standard way you would do. But at least it works. That's what he said. It has been working for 2 years, and nobody's complaining, and things are getting done. So, I mean, this kind of things, I guess you need to get sometimes to be a little bit inventive.
Okay. Excuse me. I do agree. It's not easy, and I know that the Commission is not the Commission, that it is a complicated machinery. But as an end user and advisor to private sector actors, in cooperation with public sector, it's not a problem of the bank. The investor doesn't matter. The investor wants his money back and a certain reasonable return. The problem is that the community, the cities and the towns and provinces don't want the money or not want the project because it increases their debt. So it's a public sector problem, and it should be raised at the right level where the rules are made, and this is Eurostat rules is, for my comprehension, European legislation. That's what I say.
Okay, I mean, we'll take the point, and we'll certainly pass it on to our colleagues in DG Energy, who are dealing also with the financing part, and they talk with the colleagues from other parts of the Commission to do this. But let me just say that, I mean, we have heard a lot of examples from public authorities today that are facing the issue, and they really try to work on that. And I think that's also, they are spearheading their, basically this process, and I think that's very good to hear. Sorry, no, I'm afraid I have to close now. It's already 5:30 and I need a few minutes. I'm really sorry. But I think we can, you know, if you want to come later on here to the speakers, we can really, we talk to you and we try to find a solution there. That's not a problem whatsoever. But I would like to finish on time. And I've got a few announcements to make before I close the session. First of all, thank you for staying with us until the very end. We hope you had a stimulating day and you take home some practical experiences. And honestly, it was mentioned in the morning, we do want to reach a snowball effect, you know, and that doesn't have to come just from funding from Intelligent Energy Europe or Horizon 2020 or structural funds. I mean, there are other ways to find investment on the market, and we are happy to take any examples which are working in energy efficiency and renewable energy projects, and we are happy to promote that through our channels, one being the Managed Energy and the other the Covenant of Mayors Office, that would be happy to promote successful projects. There is a, if you have registered, then I guess you registered with your email as well, so you will get a satisfaction survey online, which will be very easy to complete, and which will not take a lot of time. So we really would like to encourage you to complete the survey once you get it. The presentations will be all online after this event on the Managed Energy webpage dedicated to this event. And there you find also, we try to link probably also information on the existing ELENA projects and mobilizing local energy investment projects, so that you have got practical examples in your hand. So that's what we're trying to do. If you want, if you're using translation equipment and you want it back, you want your ID card back, then you have to return this this equipment. Otherwise, I'm sure we find a buyer for your ID cards. No, we don't actually. And then the final point, the final remark, I want to finish on a very positive note, because you know, we had several messages this morning about projects being developed, but financing is missing. Then the banking side saying financing is there. So I did an effort to just look at a few headlines which I collected at the media over the past months, which is quite positive, I think. Statements from the financing world, how they actually embark on this climate and sustainable energy agenda. So just a few examples. Île-de-France, and we had Energy Positif from there, issues a 600 million euro bond, green municipal bond, 12 years AA+, and they had so many orders for 750 million. So, I mean, it was oversubscribed within 1 hour after the closure. Zurich Insurance says it will invest a target of $2 billion in green bonds in Europe and the US. Germany's KfW dives in deep with 1.5 billion euros of a green bond. Then we have got Münchner Hüb, that's a Munich local bank, cracks first thematic covered bond, 300 million worth AAA 5 years bond for cooperative housing associations to renovate buildings and make them more energy efficient, which is a prototype for a green mortgage Pfandbrief, for mortgage bond basically. EIB, European Investment Bank, issues new climate bond, 500 million euros at very low interest rates, and this takes EIB's total climate bond issuance to 6 billion euros, which is a lot of money which is basically available there. And there's a report published, and this report estimates that there's a $502 billion climate-themed bond universe out there. So it seems that there's really, over the past years, there's a lot of money directed into this sector, and of course it's still a matter of tapping into it, but at least we know there is a substantial amount, and we need to develop this project pipeline to link these universes together. Finally, I'd like also to thank the 100 viewers which have listened to us from all across Europe and beyond to this conference. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attendance. And if you have any more questions, I mean, we still will be around, and we hope you find this event useful. Thank you very much.